Well, hello everybody. How you doing today? You having a good time? You having a fun time? Are you perhaps having a slurmtastic time? You should be, get the blood flowing if nothing else. Fast paced, 140 beats per second. Or beats per minute? Beats per second would be a lot. And yeah, if you're watching on YouTube today, we did all Slurmcore for the opening. And because those songs are only like a minute long, I played, 5 of them? We did Head Over Heels, Birdhouse in Your Soul, Mamma Mia, Fireflies, and Funky Town. And if you've never heard of Slurmcore, I don't blame you. I hadn't heard about it until this weekend. This weekend, there was a post on Blue Sky by, of course, MBT, where he's like, I'm pretty sure only 1% of people know what I'm talking about, but are there any other good slurm music? Is there any other good slurm music other than Fireflies and Walking on the Sun? And almost everyone was just like, what the fuck is slurm music? And I did the extra step of I could just go to YouTube and type in slurm music and see what comes up. And slurmcore it's one of those genres that's not really a genre. Whenever I hear slurm, I think of that episode of Futurama. Yeah, that's what it's mentioning or referencing. I don't know why it's referencing that, but a lot of the music videos feature the guy from the Slurm episode of Futurama. Wimmy wham wham wazzle, Merry Jankmas, everyone. But yeah, it's one of those genres of music that's not really a genre, like nightcore. Anyone familiar? Anyone from the early 2000s remember what nightcore? If you're unfamiliar, nightcore is basically just you take a song and you speed it up and you increase the what's the word? Not the tempo. You basically raise it an octave. Music at times towards 2 speed, yeah. Pitch, thank you. Yeah, you increase the speed and the pitch. So it's faster and it also sounds higher pitched. Coffee in my mustache. I hate nightcore. I never got the appeal of it. I never found a nightcore song that sounded good. And then the next would be Vaporwave. Vaporwave's weird because I think it did eventually evolve into an actual, something you could consider an aesthetic or a genre. But a lot of people don't know this. The most popular Vaporwave song is just a song Slowed Down. Nightcore was a way to skirt copyright strikes. Ah, I see. Is Alvin and the Chipmunks Nightcore? No. It's here real quick, I'll have to cut this out for the people on YouTube, but it's right at the beginning, so it should be easy. But if I just type in Vaporwave, what's the first song that comes up? Oh, it's not there. Where'd it go? It was the something shop. There it is. Macintosh Plus. But yeah, so all that's to say, nightcore, speed things up, pitch things up. You get something that already sounds aggressive and it becomes this hypercharged thing. Vaporwave is take an existing song, slow it down, pitch it down, and then it becomes lo-fi dreams to vibe to. And that's where slurmcore comes in. Because slurmcore is the inversion of that. It is speeding up the tempo while pitching down the vocals. So it gives you this weird of like being energetic but in a dream, kind of like a drug trip kind of vibe. Hi Joe, hi Critter. Oh, someone said hi to Critter. Critter says hello as well. He's chilling back there, he's having a good time. But yeah, it's not quite that simple though. Yeah, the glass is too big for him. Because I also do something where, instead of just, normally when you speed something up, the, all the data gets compressed. And you do lose some notes and everything, but those notes are equally distributed. It's kind of hard, but it's like, you know, if you're just playing a bunch of like da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and then you speed it up, then some of those notes are going to get lost. They're going to get smushed together. But the speed up process they use for Slurmcore is where they truncate it. Where basically you're playing the first, like, you basically divide the song up into like 1 second intervals, and then you chop off the last half of each second. So it gets faster, but instead of just everything speeding up, there's kind of this like start and stop to it. You're losing some beats. And for a lot of songs, it just sounds like bad, or it just sounds weird, it sounds unlistenable. To be honest, I'm not sure if I can honestly say Slurmcore is good. But I went down this rabbit hole of just like listening to a bunch of stuff to see if it sounded good. And I went away from it like, huh, that's an interesting thing, and I went about my day. And then the next day, I just woke up, like, in my head, like, dun dun, dun dun, dun dun, dun dun. Just like the Funky Town Slurm chord. I was like, why is this stuck in my head? And so I started listening to that more, and then it auto-played some more, and then I got the Fireflies stuck in my head. And so I'm like, now I will share this interesting thing with you all. Maybe you'll like it, maybe you just think it's stupid. I doubt it'll have any long-term sustainability. It's like 90% a shitpost. But, you know, music is music. A song that's catchy, it's hard to just argue with that. And now we can't unhear it, yeah. I guess I am really curious. I really shouldn't make more, I shouldn't make more work for myself. But I'm curious if the YouTube, bots will catch it. I'll just play a few seconds of the Fireflies. I assume most people have heard that song before, by Owl City. You would not believe your eyes. Your starting soon message is still on screen. I'm aware. We haven't started yet. This is still the pre-stream. Yeah, you know that song. And then you can hear like the Slurmcore, how it speeds it up but truncates some of the sounds. And so you get, I think it works best when you have these very like punctuated like arpeggios and stuff. Because then you, by removing some notes, you get like a different sounding song. So here's the Slurmcore Fireflies. If it'll play. The start before the Quantic start, yeah. And like, it's still got some of the vibes. Like, if you're familiar with the song, you could still kind of almost sing along with it. But it's also got like a different beat. Is this sped up? Well, I'm not speeding up the song. Or I'm not speeding up the Slurmcore. This is how Slurmcore naturally sounds. But Slurmcore is sped up. It's sped up, but again, as I said, it's sped up in an unusual way, in a technical way. Instead of just compressing everything by speeding it up, they're truncating it. So like they're cutting, basically they imagine that you take the song and then you split the song into 1 second chunks. And then what you do is you take the last half of every second and you cut it off. So the song is half the length and you've removed a whole bunch of it, but the actual like music isn't sped up. You've just removed every like alternating half second. They made a good song in a weird way, yeah. And it's got just like, and as a result, every song has like and it is interesting because so many drums come in at the start of the beat. You know, so much drums is just like keeping along with the beat. When you truncate it, it never cuts off the drums. You keep the drum beats, but because you're missing some of the drum beats, it ends up making this really fast-paced, like, what Fireflies normally has. Instead, you've got this, like, but of course, the vocals, especially anytime you try to sing anything, because you're only getting the first half of every word. More rhythmic, yeah. So it makes this very strange, like, dance club mix. I don't know. It's a weird, it's one of those things where, like, sometimes I'll hear something and I'm like, this is, I wouldn't say it's lazy, because you do need to take a little effort to get it to sound right. Especially with this, like, finding the exact beats and how much to truncate by or whatever. Like, it's messing around, but it's also something you can make in like a half an hour. They remind me of how Vocaloid sounds, yeah. And so it's something that's like, it's lazy, it's kind of a shitpost, it doesn't have a whole lot of effort, like, put into it, and yet I find myself grooving to it. And so I always think it's good when you like something that doesn't usually have the qualities of things you like, to kind of examine, like, why is it that I like it? Sounds like a song from Friday Night Funkin'. Yeah, a little bit. I wonder if that has something to do with it, like listening to Vocaloids and Friday Night Funkin' has like trained me to accept these like non-vocal vocals. Or maybe it's because I know the song. Maybe, I've been mostly picking, like, when I go through the playlist of Slurmcore on YouTube, I've been finding like, oh, here's a song that I know. I wonder how that sounds slurmed up. But I wonder if I could find one where, like, I haven't heard the original, if it would sound good, or if, like, that version of Fireflies is only tolerable because I know what they would be saying. I've heard the real song so many millions of times that, like, speeding it up doesn't bother me because my brain can fill in the lyrics. Or in the case of Funky Town, where, like, the lyrics don't matter. The lyrics never matter. It is funny, though, you look at the comments and people are, like, trying to figure out, like, what they're trying to say. Like, real quick, I'll play a, I keep, like, turning back the sound on this, because I'm like, okay, now we're done. But just a brief segment of this. The Funky Town. Bump, 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 bump. When the chorus kicks in. Yeah. Won't you take me to Funky Town? Except everyone in the comments is like, toothpaste, Cape Town, toothpaste, Cape Town. Or I thought, toothpick, Cape Town. Cape Town, a toothpick, Cape Town, a toothpick, Cape Town, a toothpick, Cape Town. it down. Yeah, I never really liked Funky Town all that much. But that one, like, for some reason, like, the double speed with the, like, increased bass and everything, it's got that, like, it's got that relentless, just, like, 1-2 beat, where it's just, like, is that slurmcore? Yeah. They're making me anxious. Understandable. Yeah, that's, if you want to look it up yourself, that's how it's pronounced. Or you can just look up slurm music. Doody-doo. Yeah, it's one of those things I heard where they're like, I was like, a lot of these core musics that are like not really genres are meant to, they're meant to emulate certain drugs or to certain mental states where they're like, listening to Nightcore is like being on cocaine. Everything's really intense and really loud. It's very fast. Listening to Vaporwave is like smoking weed. You got the very, like, chill, relaxed. And they're like, what's Slurmcore like? It's like being on Slurm. It's a drug that doesn't exist. It's like being on some kind of futuristic soda pop. Either that or I've heard, like, if Nightcore is anxiety and Vaporwave is depression, then Slurmcore is schizophrenia. Things are really fast and really slowed down at the same time. Although it's... it just it reminds me of another joke where it's like, you know what, maybe I shouldn't be comparing these things to, like, mental states that people struggle with. Have it be one of those things like I've struggled with depression. It's like, oh yeah, I know what that's like. I've listened to Vaporwave once. Okay, so what's this new special thing? Wait, did I miss it? Where did it go? There was something with duelist points here a second ago. Oh, the duelist point pack. Okay. For the duelist cup. Fable. Aw, they put this in the duel. There's no way. The problem is, right, like, this is the Jankmas account, so if I spend 700 gems on the dual pass, oh, is it on the it's on the regular dual pass. Okay. Gotcha. So I don't have to buy the special dual pass. I just have to get to level 50? There's no way, right? Impossible! Blackluster Soldier. But the vanilla. I don't know why you would want that. I do remember someone was saying that, like, the Blackluster Soldier vanilla actually opens up some weird Primite build. Because you can get a level 8 warrior or something. Hello, Crazy Drunk. How you doing it? What is this, by the way? You can Play to earn points and exchange them towards in-game items. Free gems once a week and earn in-game rewards. Check out the Duelist Point official website holiday campaign. I feel like this is something I could only sign up for once, so I just want to do it on the main account. Okay. Double check. What was that? Okay. Oh, look, nothing. You need a Konami account? I think I do have a Konami account. Super duper Quant. Digital style. Yeah, I don't think there was anything we wanted to, anything we wanted to do, right? Like, the deck was working surprisingly well. I've not thought about this at all. The Jankmas is, like, the whole point of Jankmas was it wasn't supposed to be super serial. So I don't play over the weekend unless I really feel like playing. Where the heck is it? There we go. I got that up, but where's the text document? There it is. Okay. With Zeus. And Typhon. And World Gears of Theological Demiurgy. Swap Nib out if we start encountering Draco Tail. Yeah, so here's our win record from last time we played. I'd say we're doing pretty good, wouldn't you, chat? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20? Yeah. So that's why I was like, here we are, the penultimate stream, just 2 streams to go, and I think we're good. You know, usually late in the game I have to do something, but let's look back last time. We went on a 20-game win streak. We still only have 9 losses. Who knows when that'll change up, but I think we're pretty unstoppable. Yeah, maybe we'll run into a Draco Tail. We ran into one Draco Tail, they went second and surrendered. Alright, so let's get this started. Oh, I need to get my text document open too. Lamp will be... no, not lamp. I don't know why I do that. I have the lamp folder for editing Legend of Lefty stuff. There they are, okay. And Mr. Metal's going to be editing this one. Lamp doesn't edit videos. Yeah, I will say if you've been watching Mirror Masters at all, or just know Lamp from Surprise Round RPG in general, he's like a online friend of mine. We've been trying to do more stuff. We'll be playing more of the he's one of the main DMs in Surprise Round RPG, perhaps the DM. Other people play games, but he's done the most of them. And Lamp is he's running the D&D game that we're currently playing, Death Market Rebellion, which, by the way, we will be playing tomorrow on Surprise Round RPG. I've been playing pure Mitsu and it's going okay. It's not too bad. Yeah, and also I've been trying to come up with a, because we had Mirror Masters. Mirror Masters was the way I could help teach the Surprise Round crew how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And I thought it was a really fun idea. They enjoyed it. The people who watched the videos enjoyed it, but hardly anyone watched those videos. We had to cancel that series after like 3 episodes because they just did like so terribly. Like almost as bad as like the non-Yu-Gi-Oh! Videos I released. So we're like, okay, clearly people see the word mirror and they just hate it. They don't like, they need deck building. Maybe they need a wheel or something. So we've come up with a new series. I don't want to like say it's, you know, it's still a long way away. We would have to get, it probably won't be going until after we get Genesis Apocalypse, like the first season of that is over. But it's something I call Fill in the Jank, which is like S-tier name, you know, as super excellent. And the idea with that is I'm going to get 4 people who don't know a whole lot about Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm going to give them half of a deck. They're all going to get the same half. So like, for example, I'll give them like 20 Lightsworn cards, including Judgment Dragon, and maybe like a Foolish Burial, like something that has to do with like card destruction. And I'll be like, okay, you have to play these 20 cards. You can't play anything in the extra deck. You get to decide what the other 20 cards in your deck are. Obviously, you have a deck direction, like you have a boss monster. So even if you don't know a whole lot, you could search up other Lightsworn cards, other light cards, other cards that send things to the graveyard, and try to figure it out. But, in addition to that, we're adding a wheel. At the start of every episode, before they build their decks, we will spin a wheel, and the wheel has a bunch of restrictions, like you can't add spell cards, you can't add trap cards, you can't add monsters that are higher than level 4, you can't add light or dark monsters. You're not allowed to play any monsters that have more than 1,000 attack. So even if they all happen to get the same ideas, or they all have a broad idea, they will still be limited even further into a box of what they can and can't do. That sounds stupid and funny, yeah. And so you'll be getting, the thing is, 2 of the surprise, like Lamp and Mitt have both played Yu-Gi-Oh! Before. Mitt's been like, you know, after the Mirror Masters, he's like, I built a hero deck and I've been trying to climb the ladder, but it ain't easy. He's been slowly learning anything. And Lamp's just played, like, on and off. He plays a little bit of Genesis. It's not his, like, favorite game, and he doesn't play consistently. But, like, he knows stuff. And then you have Nubby and Rube, who, like, Nubby, after Mirror Masters, downloaded a Game Boy emulator and started playing, like, the old Tag Force game. So he's like, I know a little bit about stuff. I could summon Penguin Soldier. Rube hasn't looked at it at all. They like the game, just haven't actually done anything with it. But, so, it's like, I was worried, like, okay, Lamp might have a huge advantage here. Because if I say play Lightsworns, he's gonna know a bunch, he's gonna be like, okay, I know Honest exists. You know? But, if Lamp happens to roll and it's like, yeah, sorry, you can't play light or dark monsters. Good luck! And then at the same point, I was like, how do you, like, maybe we could make it so Nubby and Rube don't roll. And they're like, no, I would want to roll because, 1, it gives me more restrictions so I don't have to look at as nearly as many cards. But also, then if I lose, I can blame it on the wheel. I don't feel bad because it's the wheel's fault. The more gambling you add, the more I can feel like, okay, next time, though, if I get a good roll on the wheel, I'll be fine. And there is one thing I've been thinking about, chat. I want to ask your opinion on this. And if you're in the Discord, you can leave this. We have a new chat for Fill in the Jank. And the question is, let's say you roll something and it's like no level 5 or higher monsters. I feel like we don't want people to roll the same thing twice in a row. So the next week, if you roll the exact same thing, I feel like something should happen. The question is, what should happen? Should you be able to like choose your own restriction? Should you get no restrictions? Should you just re-roll? I mean, re-roll is fine, but just like, I feel like it's one of those like landing on a 20-sided die. If you land on a 20, something should happen. If you happen to hit the same thing twice. I was like, either something really good should happen or something really bad should happen. Re-roll with advantage. Ah. Okay, so wait. If you land on the same one, how about this? If you roll, right? And then the next week you roll the exact same challenge. Instead of doing that challenge, you get to pick either one to the left or right of that slice. So you don't get to pick all of them, but you do have 2 choices instead of just the one. Skip your first turn. Ooh, change your restriction. That would be another one. Is like, okay, you can choose to keep that restriction, but if you got the same one as last week, you can choose someone else and change your restriction with theirs. And then we make it a little antagonistic, you know? Choose the restrictions that other people get. Get someone else and be like, okay, now you have to play under this restriction, and I'm getting whatever you roll. What if the other one has rolled the same? Then we re-roll. Either that, or we just say, like, okay, if you roll that, then, like, if you're, depending on where you are in the order, like, if you go first, if you're the first to roll, and you roll the same thing, then it's like, okay, we're going to set that aside, and then once everyone else has rolled, then you can decide who you want to change. Okay, either way, let's actually get into this. Fill yourself up with cats in the chat. Chat's in the cat. One of these days I'll have to get the drums out and do a drum stream again. And maybe just like drum along to all the like soundtrack of Master Duel. Okay. And welcome back, Jankmas Warriors, to the penultimate Super Quant stream. This is the last before the finale. Just one more time. And hopefully we won't have like a biblically accurate Christmas. You know, the beast won't rise from the boiling seas, and from one of its 7 mouths it'll sing the song that ends the world. Okay, let's try this again. And welcome back, Jankmas Warriors, to the penultimate Super Quant stream. It's just this and one more, and then Jankmas is over. And hopefully it won't end with like a biblically accurate Jankmas, you know? We won't have the beast rising from the boiling seas of blood to sing from one of its 7 mouths the song that ends the world. That was the whole idea behind this background, by the way. There's not like a Christmas background we could play. So I was like, yeah, this looks like Evangelion. That's like the closest thing we have to like religion in here, unless they got a Dogmatica background. But yeah, I'm saying all that because the actual deck we have is just the same as last time. I don't think we're going to make any changes, and that's because, I'm not sure if I pointed this out on the last stream, but just to be double sure, when you look back at our record for the previous stream when we were playing, And here's the last 20 duels we had. All wins, baby. We went on a 20-game win streak that took us from Gold 2 to Platinum 3. Or I'm sorry, to Platinum 2. So, I really don't feel like we need to change up the deck. The deck is working shockingly well, surprisingly well. Of course, we haven't run into Draco Tail yet, which is like the best deck. Maybe they're all in the Duelist Cup, maybe they're already all up in Master. I don't know, hard to say, hard to leg. But we're gonna jump back in there, see what we can do, and have ourselves a Jankmacy time. Alright. 050. This is Dawn of Stream 5. Magnus, Magnus, king of the computer. A Jankmacy time. Have you ever done the intro in one take? I think so. I'm pretty sure I have. Alright, our opponent is on a win streak. One more win and they rank up. Also, they're in Platinum 1, so that should let you know how few people are playing at the moment. I really like their name, though. Sussyphus. They're like Sisyphus, you know, born to push the boulder up the hill, except maybe they're doing it in a way that's not quite normal, you know, something that makes you go, maybe a little sus. Add one Mitsurugi spell trap. What do I have here? Do I do this? Yeah, I think I'm fine for now. I could get the Black Ranger and discard blue and then, like, have a spell trap pop, but I don't think that's going to be that useful. And then we use the Ash on this, right? Oh, you can't use the Ash on this. I'm dumb. I should have just stopped this. Futsu. You can Ash the summon from deck effect. Ah, okay. Yeah. They used last month's deck against us. Ooh, Wosu. Whoa! Just Ash the Habakiri. At this point, the Habakiri's a lot more powerful. We're gonna Ash this. That denies them the tribute of this, and it denies them getting something out of the deck. Okay, now they get the tribute. They get to search the Habakiri. Or that. I guess they already had Habakiri. And yeah, I guess we do this now. Behold! Black Layer! They're like, the fuck is this card? Yeah, we discard the blue layer. And I was like, yeah, we play around the Futsu, because it's not on the field, but, it will be when we do this, so... And also, I just realized they're going to summon Murakumo and wipe the board anyway before they set. I was like, oh, we could do this, and then we can hit the prayers or the trap, and they're just going to blow up everything beforehand. So, yeah, we're just going to layer. We're just going to put itself in the deck. We'll just deny them the summon off of Futsu. Small. I'm looking at the Mitsu in the mirror. I'm asking it to Mitsu its way. Send the Harabiki for the Murakumo. Murakumo, Murakumo. Pardon me. Huh, they didn't do this. Why didn't they do this, chat? And now they're searching Nibiru. Dynamondo! Wow, they know. What are you doing in Platinum? Well, I guess they're not about to be in Platinum. That would have been good last time. Yeah, we'll just surrender here. Nib with 2 negates, yeah. Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo. We got another person ranking up into Diamond. This is our second one in a row. There's no one in Platinum 2 for us to fight, apparently. The only people to fight are the people in Plat 1 who are about to rank up. The question is, can they get past a dang old Super Quant? Okay. Let us... Yeah, we're going to start with blue. Okay, so we're going to... One other card, yeah. We'll activate Minimalian. We'll send off this. Summon itself in defense position. And then we can tribute this to get blue. And then hopefully if they have an Ash or an Imperm, they'll use it on this. And we retain the normal summon for Alphen. Valor. Are we playing Valor? I forget. No. Okay. This is exactly what we were worried about. But it's fine. We got this. We got all the high-level ones. black layer. Let's see. Yeah, it's chain link 1 this. Target the... I think we actually bring back the Alphen with this one. No, because if we bring back the Alphen, we have no way to... How are we getting to black layer, though? Okay, yeah, we bring back this. Then this is chain link 2. And then this is chain link 3. We're gonna get red. No. Damn it. I'm an idiot. Yeah, they're gonna be negated. Yeah, I needed to make... I was like, why would we make the white layer? The white layer doesn't do anything. Droll. That is unfortunate. Wait, do I have Droll in my deck? Am I stupid? No, I don't have Droll. Okay. Alright, so we've just got a monster pop. We could also potentially send this off now, pop the blue layer, and then we'd get this. This could summon another black layer. No, we can't search. Never mind. We just got hit with Droll. I'm dumb. Yeah, we can't add. Okay. So yeah, we just set this. We hope that Maxi plus the Liger on a 4-card hand is enough. We're just going to discard this during the standby, or the draw phase. Ah, our first Draco Tail match. So they add Lucius. If that's summon, then they can fusion. All the hand traps in the world. Target 2 monsters on the graveyard or field. Return them to the hand. Okay, they're just adding back their own stuff. Set a Draco Tail spell trap. Then you can destroy 1 spell trap on the field. Yeah, so I guess I just have to use this now, right? Let's just send Ash. Just to deck thin a little bit. They get Valor and Droll back. Add 1 Draco Tail, okay. Fusion summon. Yeah, you want to be able to Ash. The problem is, I'm only going to get one more draw, and then they're going to droll me again. Pop Gulamel. When you can. Yeah, okay. So we pop that. They set a card. They pop that. They set another card. Oh, the set cards and set card city. Now you can add the quick play. Yay. And I can recycle 24, 26. Yeah, we'll recycle Black Lair. It has higher defense. I'm probably not getting out of this one alive. If I do, the Alphen Spike would be really good. I doubt I'm getting to the Alphen Spike, though. I only play 2 blue. How ghoulish. Battle phase. Get rid of that now. Yeah, they can only get rid of one. They're going for blue. Do I want to recycle? Not really. Just itself. Okay, we're still living. I mean, they have like a million things they can do, but we are still living for now. We're just going to use this on the draw phase. Play around droll the tiniest bit. Just a wee bit of playing around droll. Attack mode. I'm not afraid. Target one attack position, return it to the hand. He can pop with Gulamel, yeah. We'll do this now. Negate its effects. Fuck. Yep, nothing I can do about that. Yep, they get the one pop. shuffle back, draw, negated, return to the hand. I think I'm gonna try for it, chat. It's high risk, high reward, but when else are we gonna do it? Give me the Alphen Strike. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna blue to shuffle back blue. Foolos. Yeah, you know what? If they have Max C, they can't droll because they'll stop drawing too. Okay. Normal summon. Special summon. Special summon. Valor, that's fine. Target one monster and or spell trap, banish it. Okay. Summon White Layer. Do I want to do this effect? Yeah. Do I have another White Layer? Yeah. We send another copy of White Layer. White Layer effect. We get an Alphen. Fuck. The timer! Let's go for it! What do you mean? I control 3 super quanta. They're quantals. They're quantals. Everything is a lie. Fuck. Shouldn't have gone for the funny play. It wouldn't have mattered either way. At least I didn't go quietly into the night. How did I get so low on time? I didn't feel like I spent a whole lot of time thinking. Owlbears. Huh. Sanctifier. How about no? How about no? I think they still have exact game, unfortunately. Verte. They really want to get fusion. Oh? Okay, I ain't dead. Maybe they're about to lose the timer too, possibly. Of course, they have a million hand traps. And branded fusion. That's not a good one. Of course. Yeah. Yo, listen up, here's a story. Yeah. Okay, we'll get the white layer back. Blue gets us this. Hold up, we might be able to Quantal after all. Ah, 60 seconds. Ash, okay. Summon Zaytan. No. We're going to send this to the graveyard. Summon this. And now, friend, it is time! Feel the Alphen strike! Everything goes back! Every single thing! Return them to the deck! I don't want to have to deal with them! They do get one thing, though. So they can bring out, like, Mirror Jade or whatever. Yeah. And now we can do this. Banish one monster on the field. Unfortunately, I'm like one card short. Damn, shit sucks. $24, just barely, not quite enough. My only hope now is that they're hurt more by the timer than we are. Or that they can't get over this rock. They can just bounce the token. Come on, timer. Run out of time. You don't have time for this. There's too many things to click on. I mean, yeah, we lost. But it took Draco Tail 6 turns to beat, Super Quant? That's a little, you know, that reflects poorly on them. I don't get why we don't get to see the opponent's timer. It's not that hard to implement. It's like a little one underneath ours. Also, they didn't bounce the token. How they'd out Magnus? We never got to Magnus. They did the X-Men Apocalypse thing of, like, preventing us from even getting to it. Yeah, I guess their timer must not even be close if they're like, yeah, I've got 6,000 damage on board, but I'm going to fusion summon again. Probably has 200 seconds left. It's like, again, I don't know if they're, like, trying to impress themselves or trying to impress me, but it's like, dog, it took you 6 turns to beat Super Quants. When you had 3 Maxis and a Droll. Like, it doesn't matter how big a board you build at the end. You should feel ashamed that you piloted that poorly. Never punished. They add an extra 0 to the opponent's timer. Yay, missions. They've mastered the art of McDonald's Wi-Fi to extend their time. Alright, third duel of the day, and this is the first time we're going up against someone who isn't in Platinum 1. The last two people have been on the rank up, and one of them was Draco Tail. This is... Unfortunately, we have to banish a card from my hand. And I don't want to banish a card from my hand. I think we have to get the Ash. It makes us weak to, like, getting hit by Maxi, but I don't want to give up my own Maxi. Adios! Alright. We have resolved the Minimalian. Blue layer is here. Dominus Purge. Alright. And then we just... Sudden Incursion. Yeah, we just go for Zaytan anyway, because that's what we would get. Fortunately, it doesn't destroy it. And then we can activate the Zaytan. We send green to the graveyard since we opened this. And we summon Alphan. Aye, aye, aye. Discard a card. And then draw a card. Ash this, it'll be funny. No, they didn't ash that. If they ash this, it'll not be funny. I will feel sad forever. Alright, they didn't do it. 3 of them things. 3 of them things. Red. Okay, so a 1. A 2. A 3. And yeah, we just add back the white layer. Yeah. Trying to remember the combos. It's been a hot minute. Maybe even a New York minute. They got something else they're doing. I think it's a Bestial. No, it's Imperm. Why did we not normal Minimalian? Could we have? I guess we should have. Okay. I do this. I banished for nothing! Yeah, I'm dumb. I'm just a dumb man. Fortunately, I think we still get it. Because we can discard the red layer to summon the red tiger. And then red going to the graveyard will activate its effect. So we can bring back the white layer. Then we can discard the Alphan. Unfortunately, we don't get black layer on there, which kind of sucks. And then we have to discard this. Because I want that Maxi. And then, for the first time today, come forth, great Magnus, king of the computer! The Magnus counter reaches 30. Now you can end on the best end board with Max C in hand, yeah. Time-tearing Morganite. I have a feeling, chat, that this Max C was not very useful. Necro Valley. It's just stun. There is Stun Johnny. Do I want to stop them from drawing? Yeah, it doesn't matter really. I just want to get as much damage on as possible. So, I think we send... yeah. Oh, it's past the main phase. Well. Shame we're unaffected still. Yeah, this does it. So, we summon this. Like we should have. Yo, listen up, here's a story. Let's get... yeah, I think we just get this back. Let me think. No, we could summon black off of this. Yeah, so we're gonna get this. We're going to special summon. Change the level? No. So... yeah, we're going to use this. We're going to detach White Layer to shuffle this back into the deck. We'll get ourselves an Alphen, and they surrender. Can we OTK? Probably. I was going to use the Zaytan to summon Black Layer, then Black Layer get the Magna Liger pop the face down. I was like, the only thing it could possibly be would be like Fossil Dyna, but if we popped it while it was face down, they couldn't do anything. And yeah, I was like, oh, I gotta save that Max C. And then it turns out, the Max C was useless. They would not special summon. Also, Magnus in general, kind of useless. Like, literally, I don't think, except for evenly matched, they didn't have a single thing they could do. Everything, the only thing they have that deals with cards on the field is this, or like these two. And if I kept, like, a Gram Pulse on the field, I could probably just pop them. Two of, yeah, they got a Noah's Ark playlist. Magnus is unaffected, yeah. All right, someone's ranking up out of Platinum 2, but we have won the coin toss. Coin tossing, check it and see. We bricked. We built Brick City. We built Brick City and now we troll. 10 out of 10 hands. So we go third. We do. More Draco Tails. We didn't see them the first time. Retaliating Sea. Okay, this seems like the best Called by the Grave we could do. Just not let them set anything. Or get it back. And then I believe this gets the Maxi. No, it has to go from the field to the graveyard. Okay, well they kind of bricked too, it looks like. Alright, can we get like a blue layer or an Alphen maybe? That works. Go Alphen! Tribute this. They've got the Ash. But we have the Crossout Designator. The final Ash in our deck. And here's where they max C and then we Ash, so our Ash resolves. No? Okay. Our effect resolves. 1, a 2, a 3. Choose wisely. Alphen, Simon, Theodore. Do. Da-da-da-da. This is going much better than the last time we played Draco Tail. Which is not to say that we're going to win, but maybe? Possibly? I would like to win. This doesn't have a quick effect, does it? Doesn't look like it. Get an Alphen. Black layer gets us another copy of Incursion. Don't you dare! Ah! Droll! Okay. I think we're fine. We just skip the blue and go straight to Zaytan. Then Zaytan effects. We can still go into... Yeah, we send this. And we summon Black Lair. Yeah. Does this have any target? If 2 or more monsters are sent to the graveyard, you can special summon this, but banish it when it leaves the field. Okay. Yeah, so we can... We actually want to go for... this? Yeah. We're going to get this. We're going to attach Zaytan. We're going to activate this to get the field spell. I just gotta hope they don't have Nibiru. We gotta play like they don't have it, chat. Discard an Ash. Summon Red Layer. And they surrender! Yeah, we can summon Red Layer. Use the White Layer, can be summoned from hand by discarding another Super Quant. Oh, it has to be a different attribute. It's fine, we can send one on the field. So we could send the Red Layer off to summon the White Layer, discard the Alphen, put that to get the White, and you can get Magnus by using cards in the graveyard. So we still get to Magnus, then we get to the Ultra Slayer Magna card, the Trap, and I think we OTK. If not, we still end on, like, the 6 material Magnus, which is enough. It's enough to get done. So there you go. If you go first and your opponent bricks, you can win against Draco Tail. You just gotta hope they don't get the right hand traps, and you do get the right hand traps. It's tail like the wiggle waggle tail, not tail like, okay, yeah. Not tail like storybook time. One Nibiru. Yep, they just get to play 2 Droll, 2 Maxi, 3 Ash, Veiler, Ghost Bell, 3 Fuelos, plus Nibiru, plus Retaliating. If they're Retaliating C, that doesn't really affect us all that much, right? Ooh, okay, we've been facing a lot of people who are on the rank up. This is the first time we're getting someone on the rank down. So they're having a bad day. At least they get to go first, you know? There's that. Oh boy. We do have a starter, but it's just 1, so we'll wait until they do something and then Maxi. Go, go, Maxi! How do you keep drawing Maxi? I'm just built different. Alright, they've got the Ash. We don't have another name in hand, so doing this doesn't do anything. Okay. They think I'm on Draco Tail. Yeah, that's fine. Do special summon. Also, you cannot summon except for Ixies. Okay, so nothing here so far. Special summon this, but banish it when it leaves the field. Okay. Do these bestow effects onto the Ixies they make? This card is detached. You can add a Zubaba. Attach 2 materials, special summon a ZW or SW. You can only attack with numbers. So do we just imperm this? Stop them from summoning from deck? Yeah, we just hit this. So we stop that from resolving. And then they try to search, and we stop that from resolving. What can I say? I got 3 hand traps and a 1-card starter. Now, of course, if one of the cards in their hand is Ash, or Called By, or Imperm, then we're equally doomed. So, you know, fair is fair. Let's try it. Go, Alphen! Fetch me the tools! We did it. You know what? We're gonna send green in this case, because we've got 2 black already. If green hits the field, we summon it. If it goes to the graveyard, we discard this, and then we get the effect while drawing a card. So 1, a Tahoo, and they surrendered, a 3. I wonder what the 2 set cards were. Like, surely you have an Imperm or something. Something that might stop me, slow me down a little bit. No. Well, no, they maybe had Forbidden Droplet. Forbidden Droplet would have done something. Gravediggers would have stopped us at one point. Granted, if it was the 2 double or nothing and the Unbreakable Ixie Barrier and Cross-Out Designator, those were useless. Maybe it was just Anamana. No, they would have activated that. Maybe it was just Ixie Chain Tactics and rank up Magic Utopic Force. Who knows? Do we include that one? I just hand trapped him. All right. One more win until we rank up. That means
It's morphin' time!
I'm the Sunglasses Ranger. Bet you didn't expect that. We lost the coin toss, though. I was too busy morphing to go first. We'd slowed down a little bit. But that's fine. I guess we'll see how it goes, you know. Okay. We got a 1-card starter and a 2. We're up against the guy that made Minecraft. Let's just go ahead and do this in the draw phase. Alright, Mojang, what you got? Nothing. Yeah, that's what I thought. That probably means they've got a bunch of hand traps. Ooh, okay, so draw phase. Emergency! Wee-oo, wee-oo, wee-oo. You want to ash this? Perulia. I don't think I summoned from the hand all that much. Maxi, I see. Well, you know, that one I would like to Ash Blossom. Okay, so you don't get every draw. We just have to be careful about the hand, but I think at most we'll give them 2 draws. Let's go blue! Dabba-dee-dabba-die, ba-dabba-dee-ba-dabba-die. Yeah, we just go for this, and that's the one we're gonna get out of the hand. Okay. Activate the effect. Get your 1 pathetic card. It's a second Perulia. Interesting. What does Perulia stop even? We send this, we get Alphen. Alphen effect. 3 super Quants. Pick all the high level ones. The hardest part about sunglasses is the colors are tinted, so it's harder to tell what I'm playing. Okay. 1. A Tahoo. A 3. So we get that back. We get a second one of these for the OTK. We get an Alphin just to get big hands. SpongeBob big hands pants okay. Then we'll go ahead and do one of these. We'll go ahead and activate this. Send off the white layer. Make red Megazord. We'll activate this. The blue Megazord. And then sudden incursion. Woo woo. Special summon black layer. Prepare to be incurred. Attach? Yes. And this is not quite game, so we actually do have to make Magnus, King of the Computer, the Ultra Mega Megazord. Super Mega Ultra Zord, come forth! And then another oh, come on, they didn't want to see the Magna Slayer sword. We could have got the Magna Slayer sword. We would have done so much damage. All right, and with that, you know, it hasn't been as easy today. We have lost a couple duels, but we ranked our way up into Platinum 1. Diamond is just a hop, skip, and a jump away. Surely we won't get D-ranked. Surely. 152 duel 63 versus Charmy Turbo. Huh. Wow. I see. Someone's having a little fun. Why are you playing 3 Perulia, 2 Fuelos? Wow. Wow. What's his name? That one guy who's in the, like, Night of Museum, where he's got blonde hair, and he's always, in every movie, he's always like, wow, that's amazing. Holy bricks, Batman. Yeah, I can see why they might have bricked. Perulia is the water one. Ah, that's why. Owen Wilson, thank you. That just reminded that classic Game Grumps bit. Not sure if you've heard that. He's like, I woke up at 8 I think it was Dan. He's like, I woke up at 8 in the morning, I had a meeting to go to, I was in an Uber, I was driving, and suddenly I got a text message from Aaron. He was like, fuck, who's the Facebook guy? The guy who did it, they made the movie about him, and they had that guy, he was from Spider-Man. He's like, he played him in that movie, and he was an asshole. He's like, Aaron, I have no idea what you're talking about. He's like, yeah, the Spider-Man guy, and he was all like, you know, he did like the girlfriend and he was doing stuff on the computer, and then there were the 2 Winklevoss twins and they were all like, grrr. He's like, Aaron, I'm very tired. It's early in the morning. What are you talking about? He's like, that guy who did the thing with the computers, and he's like a trillionaire and he got all the things, and the Winklevoss twins screwed him over, and I think they look kind of cool, but I don't know. And he's like, I'm going into a meeting. Talk to me later. And then he's like, I gotta go in, I get out of the meeting, I'm having lunch or whatever, and then I'm like driving home, and suddenly I just get a text message, all caps, Mark Zuckerberg! It's like, he was just like, did not want to look it up, it was just sitting there pacing the whole time, like, fuck, who is that guy? And I just had that exact moment, except the answer was Owen Wilson. Owen Wilson! Now I remember. Starting to get a little cold in here. Even though my jammies are nice and warm. Wasn't there a guy who, like, got kicked off of Games Done Quick because he was making fun of Owen Wilson too much and someone didn't like it? Okay, Sky Striker. Yep. Is this standard playing or archetype test? I'm not sure what you mean by that. We need dinosaur power now, Chad. Tyrannosaurus. But if you're asking, like, am I on the standard ladder? Yes. We are in Platinum 1. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna do the 2-for-1. We're gonna do this. Surprise. They are linkaging again. Okay. We will negate you before you linkage. So, you're negated. You could send that off. I don't know what you're getting. What helps you going first? Kinda. Okay. Sure. Black Power Ranger. You could be like, haha, that Power Ranger isn't going to be able to attack next turn. Oh, they're going for Widow Anchor. They have 3 spells in the graveyard. Yes, they do. 100. Alright. Going to Camellia. Thank you for getting that into the graveyard. I appreciate it. I'll just get this if you don't mind. Three or less spells, you could send one to the graveyard. They already had Engage the whole time, chat. I was really hoping I could keep them off of Engage. All these Sky Striker players know how to do is linkage and engage. Eat hot chip and lie, yeah. Oh, I guess Lemon's Gate. They don't have a Ray in the graveyard, though. Oh, damn. Set 5, pass. Kicking some ass. I was like, why not search Widow Anchor? But I guess they already have Widow Anchor. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna do this. If the card in hand is like Ash or whatever, then it is. But we need to try to bait something out. If we normal summon this and they destroy it, we're just doomed. Behold, Mini Malian. It has many texts. Okay, we get blue. Dabba dee, dabba die. I haven't normaled yet, so... I think we go for Alphen. No, I don't want to do that. We normal summon Alphen. Okay. How did they know? They understand my deck, chat. Activate Zaytan. Summon Zaytan. Ooh. Let's see. This does send for cost. So I can still send a card to the graveyard. Is there anything I would want to send to the graveyard? Yeah, let's try it. I think we send red. Yeah, because red revives. We get black layer back. Shark cannon! That's just rude! Yep, we just go for black layer. I think we might be cooked. Yeah, probably. Because they've still got a pop and Lemon's Gate. And Lemon's Gate is the one they can use while they have monsters on the field. Yep, might as well. Recycle yourself and one of the reds, and I think we put Zaytan back. Alright. I think we're pretty much dead from this position, but we'll see. Everything. Yeah, because they just got Ray, and so... Wait. Did they shuffle back their one engage? They drew it. Just draw it off the top. Easy peasy. I was like, I would have thought what you would do is go into Kagari, get it back, search 2 linkage, and then you can just OTK. No, this is someone who actually knows how to play Sky Strikers. At least I thought they were. I got confused before because it seemed like they were like getting engaged when what they needed to get was like Widow Anchor and Shark Cannon, but they already had Shark Cannon and Widow Anchor. Wait, no, they didn't have Widow Anchor. Yep, they get 0. 0 is 3,000. Wait, doesn't 0 search linkage? Oh, you can destroy 1 card on the field. I thought they had to. I mean, either way, they had gained. Yeah, it's like they're playing like Metal Foes, Fusion, and 1 Foolish Burial Goods. I guess you do already have 3, 3, and 3 though, so why not? 3 Upstart. Old Secret Tech. Emperor Stove, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Is that the star of new hit series Genesis Apocalypse? Yep, new episode out tomorrow. The 90-point duel. I see. Yeah, I might as well. I got 2 of them things. Yeah, I guess we do this first. Go, go! Well, we can try again next turn. We just gotta hope this Ash gets us out of here, chat. Mi amigo. Yeah, we just Ash this and hope they don't already have a starter. They already had a starter. Pearly, how retro. If she's a witch, why does she have a sword? I wonder who recorded that line. They're like, you're the voice of Dia Bellstar. With her iconic voice line. Oh, she makes a sexy moaning sound too when she stretches. So, you know, there's that. She made 2 sounds. Surprised they gave her 4 animations. Yeah. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it does sound like she's like, She looks done with folks. It's Dia Bellstar. Oh, what did I say? Joe, don't make that sound again. I mean, it's random. You would think that she'd have like a thing where she'd be like, "Wah," and like shoot out like lightning out, like purple lightning out of her hand or something. Something cool. You saying you don't make that sound when you stretch? No, when I stretch, it's more like. Hey man, watch out. She'll send you to the graveyard to special summon herself. Lightning got stuck. She's not Palpatine. She might be. You don't know. This might be a prequel to Star Wars. What if Disney buys Yu-Gi-Oh? Stretching the... my back! I think they messed up something. I wasn't paying attention and then they just crashed into me. Were they supposed to do that, chat? I don't think that's how the happiness OTK works. I feel like they pressed the wrong button somewhere. What they're doing is a clever little trick, but it'll still work. Okay. This is intentional. They're not going for the kill, I think. They made the cat commit Sudoku to go +4. What a pretty memory. Yep, I got no hand traps. I can't stop that. Look how cleverly I surrendered, leaving my opponent confused. I bleed first, making me the victor. This is low fat. We trained him badly on purpose, as a joke. He thinks that winning a kung fu match means losing. I'll show you. How about my face to your fist style? Ha! See, the thing about, like, your hands, right, is you need those to punch. That's the only way you're going to be able to take out your opponent if you're in martial combat. And so, why would you use your hands to block? If you block with your hands and you ruin your hands, you can't fight. Same thing with your legs. You need those to stand on. The only thing you don't need in order to fight is your head. And your skull is one of the strongest and hardest bones in your body. So if they're trying to punch or kick you, you move your head in place, you block that hit, and then you go in with the punches. Yeah. Just block with your face. It's only logical. Spoken like a true MMA fighter. This is a weird episode of Power Rangers, right? You remember where they fought the little kitties and the one like just like ate the Red Ranger? My favorite episode of Power Rangers was the one where the monster got really plump. They can just do that? This sucks, chat. Their towers can spin back several times. Mine only gets one. Meow. Zaytan. They thinking. Theirs isn't a walking a mistake. I think it was a mistake. Do we go green, and then green gets white, and then that gives them, like, 3 things they have to try to get rid of? Yeah, let's try it. Are we playing the link? We are. They reading. Damn. Oh. Now they affected by things. Hello, it's me. It no longer has 3k attack. Yeah. Maybe I should have kept the blue layer in the graveyard so that when red gets detached, it can summon. We could still win, probably. Well, I mean, they get to search anything in their deck, right? How goes Jankmas? Pretty good. Nope, they've got all three. Duels are going fine. Yeah, I think we're losing more than we've won today, but we've got such a winning rate overall. Trying to remember, how did this start? We got hit by an Ash, and it just stopped us. We never got our way into Magnus. Like, if we can make Magnus, we're good, but making Magnus is really hard. Okay. King of the computer, sad noises. He just wants to be summoned, Chad. Their Magnus can spin like 4 things back and is not limited to the main phase. Ours gets a single spin. This Imperm gotta go hard. Yeah, we just wait until our opponent's turn. If they make a Rise Heart and we just hit it with Imperm, then we're like set. Oh, they loading up. Oh, is this like Draco Tail? Moon! Yeah, just search Maxi, why not? It's bad. Yeah, you know, I'm not a very angry person, chat, but I wish I could be alone, like in an elevator with the devs of, like, Master Duel. I just want to hold that, like, you know, I don't want to hurt them. I just want to yell at them a lot. I just want to be like, the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I've been playing this game for 3 years since it came out, and every single format for the entire length of that, except for a very, very brief time when Fluwundereeze was the best deck, Maxi has been in 90% of decks. It's the exact same gameplay loop for that many years. And I just want to be like, why do you think that's a good idea? Dippity! Dippity-doo-dah, dippity-day. My, oh my, what a wonderful thing. Plenty of sunshine, plenty of rain. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day. There's a bluebird on my shoulder. Okay, so we start with this. We hit this. You want to use the drill beam here? You use the drill beam here. You could drill out that beam. Get a dang old drill beam. Okay. So we got the drill beam. Unfortunately, they got 2 of these plus Maxi. But if they're not playing like Nibiru or whatever, and we can make the Magnus, then we win. Which is just what we've got to try to do. So we try this. I think we... Yeah, we activate this. This is an effect that summons. They could do that. Then we suddenly incur. Oh, they've still got this too. When I lived in Japan, there was a TCG product floating around in shops. Players opening and playing to avoid the Maxi, yeah. I've heard a bunch of players in Asian territories have taken up playing Genesis as well. Well... Is Genesis over there now? No. They're just doing it on their own. They're translating stuff, or enough of them speak English. Well, lose and we lose a rank. Unfortunate. It's like as soon as we got into Diamond 1, it was like... decks with a whole bunch of hand traps, or decks with actual, like, end boards that we couldn't play through. Well, we open with Maxi and 2 starters. Might as well. Will the bug decide another game? Yep, there you go. For 3 years, the bug has been deciding the games. Just every time they're like, hey, there's a new deck out, I'm like, yeah. And we get to play the Max C minigame again. It's the same thing. Duelist hate this one simple trick. Alright, now someone else is on the rank down. We almost ranked down a moment ago. Wasn't worth showing because I just max seed and they surrender. Didn't play a single card. Many such cases, unfortunately. Okay. Coop and Noop. Interesting name. Very interesting indeed. Yep, and that ends our turn. Unfortunately, this is only good if we can summon something. We can only summon this if we have another thing on the field, so rip our turn. And since we don't have a starter, we want to wait for them to commit a little something and then maxi. Never mind. Good thing they put that out first. Otherwise, they could have gotten some special summons out. Like, that doesn't start a chain. Yeah, I'll ash that. Kage, Tokage, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. The Duo Drive. Well. They need to detach two. Yeah, but they're attaching one from their graveyard. So they can detach one here. I think we better just wait. Yeah, like either way, they would have had one to negate plus the extra one. Going for the trap, okay. They must have extension for days. No. They're just ending. They're worried about Nibiru or something. Okay. Okay. Cross out. Well, we can summon this now. Special summon. Send the Black Lair. They will negate. Yep, that's unfortunate. Droll, okay. They don't know we can't search anymore. We'll set a couple. Go, 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 Goblinberg. Yeah, and from here I'm just like dead. Why are you summoning in defense? Yeah, they just search a million times. They're afraid of the main phase mirror force. How are we doing today? Not too great. Although our opponents aren't doing too great either. It seems like almost every duel we play, someone is either ranking up or ranking down. Should we play Droll? Maybe we should put in Droll. That might help. Ah, I see. Hello, it's me, Maxi, your favorite card. Heart of the Blue Eyes. Okay, they're playing Millennium. Can I beat a board wipe and a spell negate? Probably not. Maybe. Depends when and how they deploy the board wipe. Hello there. One piece of Exodia in hand. They're incarnating. Funny comedy joke. End phase. Yeah, so it is just field wipe plus spell negate. Foolos does nothing here. Okay. Go Zaytan. I think I have to sudden impact first. Use Zaytan to summon. Like, if they Ash, then it... Okay. Let's go... this. And we're gonna summon Alphen. Zoltan. The Continuum Transfunctioner. Very funny. Yeah, let's try this. White layer. Damn, I was really hoping for black layer this time. Let's go... 1... a 2... 3. To be fair, if they don't hit it here, we might have a chance. We're sending another white layer to the grave. Okay, we've got this. Huh. I wonder why they surrendered. Just too many cards in hand? Like, if they had hit that there, I do nothing. I could summon something from the deck, but then they just Exodia it, and then they attack for 8,000. The other alternative, what I was hoping, is I could make white layer and at least negate the Exodia for this turn. And then if they do the board wipe, what can we do? We could chain the sudden incursion, but I'm trying to think of what we get. Sudden incursion for black layer? No, because black layer doesn't do anything. Yeah, like they won this like 9 times out of 10. Make white, then chain the quick play to summon black. Yeah, that's the hope. Yeah, and considering they didn't do anything else, like, I've got to imagine the stuff in their hand, they had like an Effect Veiler, maybe they had a Droll, maybe they had an Ash Blossom, a Ghost Bell, all those things could stop us. Yeah, like they had game there. They just didn't take it. Yep, we won a whole bunch of coin tosses during the first couple streams, and now we're losing a whole bunch of them. We'd have to pay the piper eventually. Consider the piper piped. We do not have a starter, so we gotta wait on Max C. 50 card deck. Forja Juve. Are you wearing OG's suit? I am. And I've also got the OG Morpher. It's morphin' time. How? Haha, fiendish. The Greensmith. It's Morphium time.
We need dinosaur power now! Tyrannosaurus! Hi-ya!
it opens up for maximum hype. Well, while they're comboing off, I'll just eat a delicious pretzel. I see. They're trying to get their vengeance. I think it... Very dry pretzels. I think it's almost time, chat. Will they get one more summon in? $500. Nope, no rocks today. A card. Oh jeez. We've got an emergency. Wee-oo, wee-oo. I need dinosaur power now. Beverly, get in my ready room. We get, yeah. Quick effect, target one card your opponent controls, destroy it, then if there's another Debel, okay. Another Debel. Okay, so we're gonna start with this. We're going to use the effect. They're gonna stop that. Blow up the field spell! Okay. Activate. The trap that protects from targeting. Wouldn't help us with the fusion, and it wouldn't help us with the, with them destroying the field spell. Level 12. Oh yeah, Vengeance. Yep, that's fine. Try this again. Now they synchro show canning. Can they synchro? Show can. Do you get it, chat? Ah, woo! Come on, summon one more time. Do we do that? Okay, watch this, chat. Called by the Grave on Sylvie. They're like, huh? That's not even activating. Why would you do that? Don't you know that I can summon that? Oh. They just let it happen. Well, it was a big risk, chat, but we lost. Normal summon. Take that, Lori! What have they got that they can do? Ah, okay. Maybe next time. Put these three back. Yeah, I think we're fine. There's nothing we could cross out. They shuffle back for no draw. How rude. Yeah, now they can make a negate. They expertly sniffed out the Nibiru, chat. Yeah, I guess we need to switch to Droll. Slurp. Ruclagiago. This isn't the negate, right? Turn off. Let them think we have nothing. The Link 2! Chaos Angel. Was this made with light monsters? It was. Oh, I can't activate because of Typhon. I've turned off my own Nibiru. I didn't have to turn off the chain after all. I thought it was monsters on the field. No, pourquoi? Main phase 2, I'm already dead. This does double piercing. Typhon is good, just not all the time. Yeah, like I was never getting out of that alive. Yeah, granted, if we didn't Typhon, they just go to battle with Sylvie and win right off the bat. So I was doomed either way. Okay. Rock and roll bird. I'm on my dinner break. How's the grind? Okay. Alright, so today has been a lot of back and forth. We haven't ranked down yet, but we've been very close to it. I think our deck just needs a little bit to push it over the edge, and the one weak point seemed to be Nibiru. Nibiru wasn't going off as much as we would have liked it to. We're still going to keep one because it wrecks us and we want it for Crossout Designator, and it's not bad if we draw it off of the Charmy or the Maxi. But I've taken out the other copy, and we've also taken out a copy of Black Layer because that's not working the way we hope. And we've replaced them with 2 copies of Droll Lockbird. This does a good job of stopping a lot of the meta decks, while also... pardon me. This does a good job of stopping a lot of the meta decks from making their plays, and also it stops us from dying to Maxi and the Charmies quite as much. We can't always play through Droll, but we really only need, like, the two searches, right? One off of blue layer, one off of black layer. And once we've resolved both of those, then we can just drop the droll and stop for the rest of the turn. So let's see if this does anything. It's still essentially the same deck, so I'm calling it 3.5. Let's jump back into it. Deck 3.5. Do 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 do. Huh. I feel like we might be up against a content creator. Ooh, possibly. Hard to say, hard to leg, hard to say, and hard to leg. But yeah, we're up against Yugi Law. The Law. And yeah, we'll just discard this at the start of the round and hope they have to actually use it. I mean, they've got all man with the mark stuff, so it's entirely possible they don't do anything. Yep, I have a feeling that they won't be summoning. Oh, that summons out of the deck. Okay, so if they're going with man with the mark, we want to hit 4, right? That's what the man is. And everything else is like a trap. They also have like a 10. But I assume it's 4. Well, that works surprisingly well. It's that easy. Alright. I mean, our Charmy didn't do anything, but we've got stuff. They've got one set card. Let's normal summon Alphen. Let's special summon Zaytan. Zaytan. Satan? No, not quite. Okay, we'll do this one first. Tribute. Alright. Alphen resolves. Red layer. Okay, so Juan. A 2. A 3. Crunch. Get the white layer back to hand. Oh! Oh! Ah! Skill drain. The one of. Spell trap is activated. Let me think about this. I think we might be able to still get to Magnus. I think Magnus is still negated. But in order to do this, we have to do this now. While they're doing something. We send off that. We summon that. The prison is here. Do they still get to set? Yeah, it activates in the hand. Can it be activated this turn? No, it's next turn. This is negated. So activating it does nothing. Pretty sure. Yeah. Okay. Then... No, we don't have enough. Yeah, we send with cost. The problem is, like, we could send a red layer, get back white, and then make the rank 7. And then we can make the rank 5. And then how do we get the third one? Oh, we get to special summon from the deck. Hold up. Yeah. So fairy's not negated because it's in the graveyard. Okay, so we do this. We go into unaffected by other monster effects. Yeah, that doesn't help us. Yeah, Magnus will be negated even if we get it out, but if it's a battle of who's the biggest guy, Magnus will unequivocally be the biggest guy. Okay, so we get this, and Magnus does float. And if these are negated, then, like, they can attack, even if they don't have pilots, because it negates that part of their effect. I assume if they had traps, they would have summoned them, but they didn't. So we just go ahead, we make Magnus, king of the computer. King of the big attack stats. Negate my effects all you want. It won't make your PP any bigger. 36. So now they can't activate the virus they set. I could also just make a very big... No, we want to keep this because it floats. We can also still detach just to get searches and stuff. End of the main phase. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this. Make them think we're stupid or something. Sudden incursion. I guess I should have waited until next turn. Reasoning. 4 again? Four again. Owned, owned, owned. Oh, they blinking. Oh, they aren't liking the looks of this. Shame Scoop, do we have the sword? I thought we did. Did we discard it at the beginning? No, we can get the sword. It's Jover. We beat Skildray! Take that, stun! Okay, that one's worth including. 310 dual 71 versus the man. I laid down the law. Yep, they're really hoping for that Anubis. Special summoned by having 3 or more cards that have temple. Yeah, if they got that. Granted, if they got that, they still just have a 3,000 attack, right? And I have 36. Yeah, and they're like skill drain, plus rivalry, plus Gozen, plus soul drain, plus triple evenly. Yes, it's triple tack, but what they get evenly, it doesn't do anything. They get in perm, I'm already negated. Rollback doesn't help them. Dominus doesn't help them. I really thought, I was like, oh man, if they play triple tack, like triple tactic talents, then they can steal my guy. And who knows what they can do from there. The Primite build saw some success in the TCG. Okay, I'm getting a little hungry, chat. It's getting to be about that time. Real quick, while I'm getting this set up though, if you don't know, the post for next month's, suggesting next month's ladder climb deck is live on the Discord. If you are a $10 or higher patron, make sure you go put that in now, because I forgot to do it until yesterday, so we're on kind of a time crunch. It's like going live, it's like the thread goes live on Tuesday, we're doing the counts Wednesday, Thursday I'm going to be reading off all of the arguments, and then we're going to open up the voting. What are you going to eat? I think I'm just going to have the rest of those chicken strips. I still have them from last week. The ones that weren't very good, but were acceptable. We're having a very acceptable meal tonight. Alright. The air fryer is warming up. It'll take about 8 minutes. And then the actual frying itself will take 20 minutes. So that gives us plenty of time. Also, while I was in the room, the other room, because I was like, this meal is, it's not good, it's not bad, it's acceptable. And it got me thinking, chat, with Christmas around the corner. I'm like, there's a lot of songs about how great Christmas is. And there's a lesser subgenre of like, Christmas sucks, or, there are bad times ahead for Christmas. Or I'm having a very lonely Christmas. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart. But there's not very many songs in general, much less Christmas songs, about being okay. So it's like, what if we, gonna have ourselves a very acceptable Christmas. Booty doo. Gonna be okay, it's not gonna be that bad. Shoopy dooby doo wah. We're gonna take some good times and some bad. Gonna have some fun and have some laughs. We're gonna be okay this time for Christmas. Something like that. We're gonna have ourselves a mediocre Christmas. Mom burnt the turkey, but the pie is still okay. Your uncle's here, but he's already passed out. You got some socks, but they're warm at least. I don't know. I have to sit down and think about it, but I think there's definitely a thing there for it. The golem that guards the treasure. Pay 2,000. Yeah, I guess we try to maxi first. And then if they ash that, then we droll and lock. Make them pay 2,000 to give us a card. It's like reverse Upstart Goblin. He guards the treasure. Show me the treasure that you got. Have a good one, Deutscher. Thanks for coming. I thought you said my uncle passed away. No, no. Again, I'm trying to think of like a Christmas song where it's like, you take the good and you take the bad. You know, it's a very medium Christmas. It's a very alright Christmas. And so it's this idea of like, you go to the family get together, whatever, and your one uncle who always wants to talk about politics and has like the worst politics ever is there, but he drank too early and now he's just passed out on the couch. So like, you know, it turned out alright. You don't have to deal with him this year. He just fell asleep really early. They're guarding the treasure and the passes. Okay. I don't have to droll. They've drolled myself. I'm half tempted to just be like, and then I will droll too, in solidarity. Kid, thank you for the gifted sub. If you didn't get one, chat, you gotta type evaded. You have dodged your way out. The communist uncle? Does everyone have a communist uncle? For me, it's the exact opposite, but then I live in Missouri. I would prefer if you did not mill a bunch of stuff. And then they link off for 2 Fiendsmith cards. No, SP pass. Alright, I could probably play through. And Clockwork Knight. The fuck? What the hell kind of deck is this? Okay. E-Telly. Go blue! Blue Search, Son of Enosh, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Yeah, we get this. Yeah, we just activate. Yeah, you know what? We activate this. And I think we do just change the level and see if we can bait out the SP. Because we've already got... Oh, wait, no, we need to do this, because otherwise we won't get the Alphen Ball in the graveyard. Yeah, we need to play Calvin Ball. Since we've already got this to normal summon, though, I think I'm going to go for the green layer. Green summon red. Lancia. Yeah, I have to stop that or else I can't get to the field spell. It doesn't matter now, really. Yeah, fuck it, we just go for Alphen. Now we just do the big combo. I don't think I can stop it even with this. Because we've just got so much extension in hand. Yeah, I probably should have added back Black Layer now that I think about it, but it's fine. We've got so many cards! And we're gonna do this. Target red layer. Yeah, I mean, you don't want the red layer to get that effect. Get the red layer out of there. Anyway. Kid, thank you for another gifted sub. We get the Gram Pulse. We haven't activated black on field, right? No. Yeah, so we get black. Black gets red. Red attaches Alphen. Why not? You get to ride in the mech today. Activate. Send off that. Yeah, and we just do this. Bring back the other 7. This is 53, but we want to have... No, actually, if we make Magnus, we won't kill them. So, and this is one of the rare cases where we don't want to make Magnus, because they have 4,000 life points, and this is more damage. Do 13, 21, 22. Bada bingo, bada bango. 21, yeah. Let me go get my chicken in the air fryer. Alright, we got 20 minutes, chat. 20 minutes to duel our way into victory. I really have no idea what these cards do. You're talking about the Super Quantum cards or like the new cards? If I wasn't like recording for YouTube, I would explain what all the cards do. But because this is part 5 of like a 6-part series, I already spent the first 2 streams explaining what everything does. So it's a little bit more difficult to do it here. Do I have a 1-card starter? I do. Okay. Go Maxi. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I should have saved it. That ain't good. So I guess we green layer. Activate effect. Go Zaytan. They won't expect the Alphen Strike, chat. Send to the graveyard. Yeah, I think we send... No, that doesn't do anything. None of these do anything. Yeah, so we just send... Yeah, we just send White Layer. I guess that does something. Send blue, summon black for the quick effect pop. Possibly. I think if we can resolve this, we'll be in a pretty good position. Pick the 3 high-level ones. Ah, black layer. Chain link 1. Okay. We're living dangerously, chat. We should do this, but this says super quantum, and all the extra deck monsters are super quantoles. And we need to get this in the graveyard, and also it would clear all their stuff. Ah. Damn. Simultaneous equation cannon. Well. Chain to fizzle. Oh, would it? No, they have different amounts, I assume. Yeah, with those banished, I think we're just doomed, unfortunately. Sure. Yeah, actually, activating this wouldn't have done anything. I just would have lost another monster. Because it's the number of cards on hand and field. So I would have one less. I would have one less in hand, but one more on field. Yeah, starting with this and green in hand screwed us over more than anything. Yeah, we send blue. And we summon black. Yo, it's the Goblin Man. Yeah, it might be. Another one. Yep, and that's both of my black layers banished. I just can't deal with removal on that magnitude. Math in Yu-Gi-Oh? Who would have thunk it? There's so many, like, scammers on, Discord now. Although, at least the ones I'm getting, they're all coming exclusively from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Omega Discord. It's unfortunate because I used to be pretty good about, like, if you wanted to talk to me, I would always try to be open. If someone sent me an email or a random, like, Discord request and it was just a fan who wanted to talk, I'd be like, yeah, I can always make time for that. But now I have to do it because a lot of them, they start and they're like, hey, how's it going? I love your content. And I was like, oh, thanks. And then they'll be like, I'm actually an artist and I want to know if you need work. And I'm like, no, I don't. And they're like, well, here's my portfolio. I'm really good. I'm like, I said I don't need anything. And they're like, well, but, you know, my mom has cancer, so anything you could do would really help. I'd be like, that's very unfortunate to hear, but I don't need any art. Joe, the air fryer. I'm pretty sure it's still cooking. It's 20 minutes. Yeah, we still got 10 minutes. AI portfolio, yeah. I mean, that's the first couple times. When it first started, it was because I did need artwork. It was around that time, and like the first 3 people that contacted me were like, "Here's my portfolio," and you know, I'm not a professional artist, but I did art for years. Like, I was in, like, AP art back in high school. So I'm familiar with, like, digital art. I'm familiar with how it's made. I like, studied art academically. So when I see someone's portfolio and all of their work is, like, entirely different styles, I gotta be like, You know, some people are really good at mimicking other people's styles. But most of the time, like, here's the thing, right? Is, like, they're like, oh, I can make tokens for Twitch, or I can make character profiles, or I can make illustrations, or I can make logos. I was like, so you have no speciality, and also it's like, you know, their illustrations are very well done, but their, like, chibi art, their little cartoon art is, like, very amateurish. And so I just did like a reverse Google image search. You know, I put the art in and I was like, where did this art come from? And it's like, oh, this art comes from this person on Twitter. And then I put in another art. It's like, oh, this art comes from a different person on Twitter. I'm your biggest fan. My Twitch presence is next to nothing. I got 2K subs and I get them. I had to stop accepting requests too. My father has cancer. My daughter is in a coma. My mom never bought milk. Give me money. Yeah, it is entirely possible that just everyone's getting hit by that. And so that's the thing, is what I think is happening is they're finding people who are willing to take commissions for a very low price, and then they're getting the commission from me, passing it on to them, and then just adding like $10 to $20 onto the commission price, and acting as a middleman between an artist. Like when I say I want this, they get the money and then they pass it on to someone else. Celine Star Dragon with the critter. Howdy, howdy. Critter says hello. Also, we'll go ahead and max C here. Wait, that wasn't the one that summoned. It was the one that added, right? It didn't matter. Nothing really matters. Exclamation mark discard? No. Discord. Yeah, my Discord is patrons only. I've got a paywall on my Discord. To be fair, it is the smallest paywall possible. You can join for as little as $1. But it is a paywall, which I find works pretty well. It makes sure that, like, we keep kids and trolls out for the most part. And also, people tend to, like, behave themselves a little bit when there's a small barrier of entry. Because getting back in isn't as simple as just creating another account. Every time I mention this, someone's like, with enough work, someone could do that. I'm like, yeah, I'm aware, but so far, no one has. How's the climb? It was, like, exceptionally easy up until now, and now it's, like, almost impossible. You need to pay to get back? Yeah. I mean, it's just $1. I subbed here for a similar amount. Might as well sub to the Patreon. Yeah. I mean, if you like the show enough, if you're like always here, or you want to join the community, or just get notified of when I go live and stuff, $1 a month I feel like is not a lot to ask for. And every dollar adds up. Especially because, what was it? I haven't mentioned this in a while, but maybe I should start mentioning it more, but like, I don't do ad reads or anything. You're never gonna see, like, Raid Shadow Legends or, yeah, what's the other one? One of the many different food things. Keeps those chicken strips fresh. They are not great chicken strips. I do not make a lot of money off the Patreon. I make enough to afford chicken strips. Factor, yeah. My favorite game, sarcasm. Yeah, it's one of those things. For a while, I didn't even want ads on my YouTube channel at all. But YouTube doesn't, they don't push out your videos unless you have ads. Or they do, but you have to, it has a big weight on the algorithm. If you have decent ads, they're more likely to push you out. And by push you out, I mean, like, serve you to new customers. Raycon, yeah. Everyday earbuds. So I've never liked ads. Mostly just because I find them annoying. They don't really convince me. I think I've bought, like, maybe one thing where, like, I saw an ad and I was like, what was it? It was Helix Sleep. Because I did need a new mattress and I didn't feel like leaving, and I was like, well, Ordinary Sausage Man talks about them, might as well try it. And I will say, at least from my one experience with them, they're solid. There's like a little piece of something in my shirt, and it's like tickling my wrist. But the vast majority of ads are just like, it's overpriced slop that doesn't have to do anything. Ordinary sausage shout out. Yeah, I've always been like... It's like, on the one hand, especially now that I'm more of a content creator, I get the idea of like, you do need to get your name out there. The only way people are going to know that you exist is to like, you know, tell people that you're out there. It's just a pity that so much of advertising, like the vast majority of it, is just lying. It's just lying to people. It's just manipulating people's emotions. What do they got? Like 3 negates plus 3 in hand. Like, I can't beat this. Honey, yeah. But it's one of those things I didn't realize until recently. Like, one of the big reasons I dislike ads, not only are ads themselves, like, lies most of the time, but also the fact that ads are pushed onto YouTubers so much. Like, I remember when people first started doing ad reads, and people were like, you're being greedy, you're selling out, and then at some point it became normalized. And I think that's been more detrimental to society in general than a whole bunch of other things, because it's just normalized lying to people, right? It's just like, oh, well, I've got to lie to make money. Oh, and they have retaliating C. They retaliating. I don't even know what I'm doing here. Spell, if summoned this way. Any card sent to the graveyard is banished instead. Yeah, I don't think I can play through that. Give me 1 second here. Let me think through this. Okay, they're just blowing up the field and now it's banished. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just give up. Okay. Oh, right on time. My chicken is blinking. You should see ads in Serbia. Gamble here, gamble there, bet here. Yeah, that's, I mean, to be fair, that's how they're starting to be in America. It went from get the cash to support the creator of the vid. It's one of those things, right, where people are like, what are we going to do? In order to make money as an artist, you have to shill stuff. And be like, maybe that's a problem that we should analyze and talk about more, instead of just shrugging our shoulders and being like, well, that's what you gotta do. That's how it's always been, because it hasn't really always been that way. Chicken is blinking. Sounds like you didn't cook it. It's beeping, I said. Give me a moment. Let me go check. It should be done, but only time will tell. All right. Sorry about that wait. The chicken cooked really unevenly. Some of it was burnt and had to be thrown out, and some of it was undercooked and need to be put back. But most of it's good. You don't enjoy movie IRL TV trailers? Those are ads. Yeah, I guess some of those are alright. But only, like, it's weird because, I only like them at the start of movies. And it's only because I like expect them. Like it's part of the thing going in like, oh, I'm going to see a movie and also see about other movies that are coming out. But I really don't like if I'm doing something else being like, oh, check out this movie also. And yeah, I don't think that all ads... I'm gonna really have to sit down and be like, how far can you go with ads before they become like unethical? You should shake it halfway through. But then I'd have to get up in the middle of a duel, chat. I think what's problematic is the lack of transparency in education and dealing with manipulative practices. Yeah. I'm just reminded of, what was it? So, back in like the 1800s, right? When Kellogg was first getting started. If you don't know, Kellogg, the brand that makes... Are these Kellogg's? No, these are General Mills. They make a lot of cereals and stuff now. And it was named after, there were two Kellogg brothers. One was a doctor. And he originally made his cereal as an alternative for people who were undergoing certain treatments. He's like, oh, this is really healthy for you to eat. And then his brother realized, oh, you can package it up and sell it. Other people would want this outside of the hospital. And he did, and they were both technically Kellogg brothers, but the one who was a doctor was really, really well known for, like, he wrote books, and he was like, he did circuits and talks about, like, he was really revolutionary as far as his opinions on how people get healthy. And so when they saw that it was Kellogg's brand, they were like, oh, that's, we can trust this. And the American Medical Association removed his license because they were like, you cannot be a doctor and advertise stuff. Because the idea there at the time was that by like putting your name on it, you're misrepresenting and manipulating people. You're using your reputation to sell it instead of the reputation of the product. You're basically detaching and saying like, you should think this product is good because I'm good. And I think people back then rightfully saw that like, if you're only buying a product because you like the person, you've been emotionally manipulated into judging something based on a person instead of the thing itself. Is the product actually good? And you say that now, and it's such a like alien idea that most people are just like, well, that's weird, that's strange. But that's how it was for like the longest time. Was that people like even early into newspapers, people seem to understand that like, oh, this is being emotionally manipulative. And manipulating people is lying, which is bad. Give me one moment. I heard the chicken ring. I think the rest of it's done. If we don't teach people to avoid or not be emotionally manipulated by practices, the cycle will continue. Yeah. Well, that was at least the thing back then. There wasn't a robust public school system. So the idea was, if you were going to have regulation, the regulation needed to come down from the well-educated people who would look at the advertising practices and be like, yeah, you're not like factually telling people about your product. You're making it seem better than it is. We're 4 hours into the stream. About now is when someone changes their colors to black or gold and becomes the new Red Ranger. I only bought one uniform. denormalizing advertising as attacking a symptom. Yeah, the core issue would be like education. But good luck reforming the education system. I guess that's the thing, right? Is like, I can teach people now that like advertising is manipulative and we need to move away and start distrusting people who advertise until advertisements go back to being very factual based. I can try to, what's the word? I want to say extol, but that's not... I can talk about how great it is to be truthful, how important it is, and maybe sort of instill that into a general societal-wide vibe. I mean, I personally can't, but I can like spread the message there. But if I want to be like, we need to reform education, that now becomes like a policy thing. You know? It becomes something where like, now people who are on the right or the left, and especially on the right, will be like, well, I don't want the government telling my kids what is and isn't true. I don't want them brainwashing people. Telling people what's true and saying there's only one truth is brainwashing. You have education in the US? We do. Or they're like, I agree, we need good education. What do we do? And it's like, well, we need to put a lot of money towards educators. Give the schools and the teachers the wages they need in order to teach. Have more people on the education system, you know, pay people really well so they can come up with a curriculum that actually deals with modern problems instead of having to go back to like the 80s, the 70s, the 1800s to look at like reading, writing, and arithmetic are the most important things. You know, we need to get actual educators and give them the money to do research and figure out what's good. And a lot of people are like, well, I don't want to raise my taxes. And I'm like, we could divert taxes away from like the military. And they're like, oh, so you want to defund the military or defund the police? And I'm like, yeah, kind of. Not like 100%, but those things have like so much money put towards them, like an absurd, ridiculous amount, that if we took 10% and put it towards education, education would be 10 times better than it is, and we would still have the most well-funded police and military in the world. Yeah, that wouldn't do anything either, Kronos. That puts us on the step towards libertarianism, ironically. The military has failed audits on an astronomical scale, yeah. And so it's like, yeah, I forget who it was I was even talking to, because now they've scrolled off, but like, yeah, you make a point that like advertising isn't the core problem. The problem is people are easily manipulated and lied to. Education and media literacy would be very important. But it's very, not necessarily, I mean, it is easier, but it's also, I feel, more effective to start with, we need to be against lying. Lying is actually bad. I feel like we need to start there, because one, a lot of people seem to have forgotten that, and two, it's something that almost anyone can agree on if you actually sit down and be like, hey, do you think that people should lie? Do you think that we should allow other people to defraud each other in order to make money? Because most people would agree, no, they don't want to, like, they shouldn't legally be allowed to be tricked. Or at least we should make it much more difficult. We don't want to live in a society where no one can trust each other. That's just, like, bad for everyone. And if we can get everyone kind of on board with that sentiment, then we can roll downhill from there. But if we get lost in the minutia of like, okay, here's the problem with education in America, and here's funding and taxes and how all this works, then people are like, whoa, 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 now you're not talking about philosophy, now you're talking about politics, and that means I need to know what team you're on, and also, if you're against me, then I don't care what you say, I disagree with it. I thought most Americans weren't moral enough as people. Most Americans are moral. They're nice people. Most people in general are good or strive to be good. If that wasn't true, then like society would crumble even faster than it did. Than it is. Society, especially American society right now, is being held together simply because a large majority of people refuse to do like outright evil things. I mean, that's one of those things I think about often when you go back to January 6th, where Trump gave his big speech and he let loose this crowd and was like, these people are destroying America, you need to go do something about it. He was vague enough that you couldn't like automatically say, oh, he was inciting a riot, but he skirted as close to the possible line. He probably went over it, if you believe Jack Smith, the guy who actually was prosecuting him. But of course, once he became president, he stopped that. Either way, he tried to set it up to make people be their worst. And don't get me wrong, like, people got killed, people attacked each other, a lot of people got hurt on January 6th. But a surprising number of people, once they actually got in there, just were like taking selfies, were just walking around, you know? There were a couple more aggressive people who were like, we need to attack them, and they couldn't get those people to do it, because at the end of the day, those people didn't actually want to hurt anyone. They got caught up in a LARP. They got caught up in like, I want to do something, I want to feel important. And they didn't think that would actually mean like killing someone with their bare hands. Hello, Muntry, how's it going? The big problem is, right, like, most people, if you gave them a sandwich, and then you put them in a room with someone who was starving, they would give the starving person that sandwich. But if they said, you know, here's a button, press the button, get a sandwich, and just be aware, if you get the sandwich, someone else who's hungry is not getting that sandwich. A lot of people, if they can't see that person right in front of them suffering, if they don't have to deal with it, if they can just press a button and thing they like happens, they will press that button over and over and over again. Because they aren't ever confronted with like the consequences of their action. I love entering stream directly into political talk. Hey, this is more philosophical talk. Yeah, they're not bad. They're a combination of apathetic and disconnected. Or another example is they're alienated, would be the word. Like, they have been 3 steps removed from the harm that is actually happening. And so they don't think of it as doing harm. And especially if you grew up with the sandwich button, and now someone's like, hey, we need to stop pressing the sandwich button because people are starving, you're taking too many sandwiches. They're like, but I need the sandwich. They're either I need the sandwich button, I've never existed without the sandwich button, I don't know how to get food without the sandwich button, or fuck you, I'm an American, it's my right to get the sandwich button, I don't like being told what I can and can't do. People choose to ignore things, yeah. But that's the thing, I think a lot of people, when they choose to ignore things, they aren't being evil. Necessarily. That's what when you talk about someone being evil, a lot of people talk about it as, you know, doing harm. Someone who is actively stupid or actively evil or wishes harm on someone. And then you can go back and forth over like, okay, but is ignoring the problem, is that evil in itself? You're describing every CEO. That button is not increasing wages to match inflation. Yeah. Every CEO... Well, to be fair, that's the thing, right? Is if you want to extrapolate this out, right? There's like a button, the money button. You push it to get more money. But they tell you, in order to get that money, you have to deprive someone else of their job, you know? You have to find someone else who doesn't have money, or you have to find someone who has a job, and they lose their job, but you get money. If you were like in a room with someone and you had to fire them personally or take the money out of their hands, a lot of people would not do that. But if you could press a button and then get it, more people do that. But the thing about it too, right, is that the CEOs aren't even just like, well, I like money. CEOs are hired by shareholders. Shareholders own the company. And so it's even it's even more alienation. It's one more step removed. So basically, you could think of CEOs as a group of shareholders hire a CEO and they say, hey, we're going to pay you to press that button. Press the button, get us the money, and we'll give you a cut of that money. And if they say no, then they go, okay, get out of here. We'll hire someone else to press the button. And so when you talk about like, why are CEOs so greedy? Anyone who wasn't greedy enough to press the button would not be in the position. They would be fired. They have basically self-selected the people who are willing to say, fuck yeah, I'll press that button. And those are the people who get hired to press the money button. And in the real life, that button fires people, it moves businesses across seas, it reduces the quality, it reduces safety measures. It does all these bad things that hurt people, but it makes more money for the shareholders. They dictate a champion who takes the blame, yeah. Many Americans are ignorant to the, yeah. That's the thing, I wanted to make a video about this, but I always struggle to explain the exact connections. Because if you don't know, I'm a big proponent of economic democracy. I think companies, instead of being owned as private property by shareholders, should be either public property, like every American should own shares of every company, which would be a little bit difficult, but with the internet that's becoming easier. Or you could have it like, if you're in an area where that company operates, you get shares in it. Or at the very least, if you're an employee in that company, you get shares in it. If you work at the company, then you own the company. There is no owner who is like living on another continent or just far, far away who is saying, make me money, who doesn't actually work at that company or do any work. And to me, that seems logical, you know, if you want the people who work to get the money, don't you? But when you talk about that, so many people like bring it down to a personal level. They're like, well, I want to own a small business and I don't want democratic control. I don't want my employees to tell me what to do. And it's like, if we really want to talk about like a small like hardware store or whatever, maybe we can make exceptions of this. But you don't seem to understand that like Walmart is owned by like 10,000 people. And a lot of those people are actually like government organizations in other countries, or they're other businesses that own parts of it. And like, those people own it, and then like they're operating the CEOs, and the CEOs, so you end up with like this big network of companies and businesses and organizations that own parts of every other organization. It's like too massive for people to wrap their head around. Yes, Comrade Leg Joe, let us reclaim the means of production. I mean, yeah, that you could describe it as the people own the means of production. But most people, when you say the means of production, they either don't know what you mean, or they're like, that's commie talk. But anyway, I do need to finish this chicken before it gets too cold. And we are pretty much at the end. I would like to get into platinum, but I think I've grinded enough. Let's see if I can find like a little video or something for us to watch. Something a little lighthearted. And then we're going to switch over to Blueprints, which I've been playing the hell out of. Y'all like some Blueprints, right? Let's see. The new Genesis ban list came out. Did y'all see that? Let's real quick. We can get MBT talking about the Genesis. That's 13 minutes. That should give me enough time. And then I can talk about MBT talking about Genesis. And it's relevant because not only is it Yu-Gi-Oh!, but also me and MBT, if you don't know, we've got a show called Genesis Apocalypse. Is there a new Genesis episode? It's coming out tomorrow. Blueprints? Yes.
New ban list, PogChamp. New ban list, PogChamp. I uploaded my thoughts about the points update last time they changed the points in Genesis, and you all demanded more. You said, Joseph, we need to hear your thoughts as the only person who's ever played a full game of Genesis. Well, sure. I'll tell you what I'm excited to see in this list, and that's what was forecast. Changes to Radiant Typhoon to bring it in line with every other deck. Droll and Lockbird taken out behind the shed. I'd like to see some of the frustrating cards in the format taken out to pasture. I'm talking about Rongo Nimiad, maybe some supplemental hits to Onomat as well. And I'd like to see a lot brought down. A lot of the cards that currently feature in decks like Dracotail and Ninja, not Dracotail, Dragon Maid and Ninja that could enable fun new strategies to worm their way into the format. Finally, I'd like them to make a decision about if Macro is or is not a floodgate. Die-Fi to 100, please. So, let's talk about it. First and foremost, I can see already there are 3 Dracotail changes. That's Phimena to 30, Ketu to 15, Dracotail Flame to 3. Very, very good news. The Dracotail cards were part of an extremely powerful build of Dracotail that was absolutely eating up the mother tables and leaving no crumbs. For that reason, it's good to see them increase the pointage. For me, it is important that the top decks in Genesis are not just the top decks in the TCG. And I think they have said as much as well, and for that reason, we'll probably see some Vanquished Soul hits on here too. All right, next up. Droll to 25. It's better than I could have ever imagined. Roll to 20, 25. Lucky it wasn't 21, 25. Okay,
Yeah, that is crazy. They're like, yeah, Droll's a little too effective. We need to increase it. I was like, okay, so you bring it up to 7. Then it's on par with like a Fuelos. It's on par with like Valor. Where it's like, okay, you got to spend more than 15 if you want a playset. You're now looking at like 1/5 of your points. You know, if you make it 7, then 3 copies cost you 21 out of your 100 points. So it's 1/5 of your deck. Alternatively, if you think it's as powerful as like Ash and Imperm, those are 15. You know, 3 15s, that's 45 points. That's almost half your points on one playset of a card. I could easily have seen Droll and Lockbird being there. But 25, that just like absolutely, it makes it, It's not on par with Maxi. Maxi you can't even play like a playset of, but that puts it on par with something like Pot of Greed, right? Where, yeah, you can play it if you've got a deck with almost no points. You got 25 more points. That's not a lot. That's like one more playset of something. Stop or I get advantage, or stop right now. Yeah. It's very different from stop right now. Maxi and the Charmies give you control. Ash and Droll don't. Why don't more people talk about this? At least in the case of Droll, there's always the argument of because you get at least one draw off of Droll. Pardon me. One, you can kind of play around it. Because you can decide which of your draws is more important and make a half board. And also, sometimes your opponent drolls and you've already resolved your best search. No problem at all. Ash is just a 1-for-1. It's not a lingering floodgate. To me, Ash is almost no different than like Valor or Ghost Ogre, where it's like, yeah, I'm going to discard this card, and then your card is going to be worthless. I don't feel like those are like particularly. I understand why they're hitting them harder. I'm not upset that Droll is at 25. I'm just surprised they went that far with it. Also, Nibiru to 6 is kind of funny, right? Because so far, things have been in increments like they give you 3s, they give 5s, 7s, and as I've been saying, a lot of those make sense if you think of it like what percentage of 100 would a playset take up? And going to 6 is like very interesting because I think it's the only card at 6. I don't know what exactly it's boxing out, but it is interesting in the sense of a lot of people compare Genesis to a format in Magic the Gathering called Canadian Highlander. In Canadian Highlander, they have points, but they point everything 1 to 7. And I forget how many points you get, but like there's very little leeway when all you've got is 1 to 7. You know, the difference between a 1 and 2, like you've doubled the points when the max you can have is 7. And I was really kind of curious to see, like, with 100 to work with, does that leave enough nuance that changing something by 1 point makes a difference? And I think this is an excellent case of, yeah, the 1 point from 5 to 6 is kind of a big deal.
Never going to see this card again. Thank the Lord, you are never going to see this card again. And I also appreciate, you can see right there, Nibiru the Primal being to 6 puts it in a weird position with the 3-point hand traps as well. Nibiru the Primal going to 5 was really scary to me because I thought that would precipitate a ton of Nibiru play, which is really frustrating for a lot of strategies to play through, but it didn't really. That's mostly because Droll was just so much more available as a 5-point hand trap you could play 3 of that wins you the game on the spot. But I think you will see Nibiru pop up a lot. I'm glad they're making at least a little bit of a concerted effort to ensure it doesn't automatically find its way into every list. Next up. Number 3, Cicada King to 10. So this is an extra deck hit to Radiant Typhoon because it is playing Cicada King. This will make it a little harder to do so, but won't change the math. It also hurts the 3-slop deck, which I like a lot. Typhoon Chant to 10 makes sense. Eldam to 7 makes sense. Totem Bird to 10 makes sense. That is the extent of the Radiant Typhoon hits. Completely honestly, that's a fine position for it to occupy. Radiant Typhoon was powerful not only as a solo deck, just playing Radiant Typhoon cards, but also when paired with Runic. They have forecasted main deck hits to that as well. Also as part of a 3-slop build, just as a mechanism to get bodies onto the field without committing to your normal summon when you're going first. None of that is possible anymore. Chant is probably a mandatory 3 of. Eldam is probably a mandatory 3 of, which means any Radiant Typhoon deck worth its salt is going to be entering a tournament with at least 37 points main deck and 20 extra deck, which means that you only have about 45 to work with, and you can no longer do the thing where you ignore the conceit of Genesis and just play some Pots of Greed. All right, next up. Runic Tip to 10, great. Runic's not great in Genesis, but it is playable alongside the Radiant Typhoons most of the time. Tip to 10 is totally in line with other comparably powerful cards, including Chant. Hecahan's Geigas to 5. They were forthcoming about the fact that they want...
Yeah, I will also say that something I'm interested in playing around with. Runic in the TCG and on Master Duel was something that surprised me, because obviously it works as its own deck. But I had a lot of fun with it in Goaty lists, in White Forest lists, in Ice Barrier lists, simply because every card is a way to summon a level 2 or a level 4, which really helps with synchro plays. Obviously you also get the hand traps that you can activate, but at least in the TCG and Master Duel, Runic was a lot more about you activate it to summon monsters, and being able to use the destruction or negation or whatever was just an upside. And in Genesis, it's the exact opposite. Because if you don't know, Genesis doesn't have an extra monster zone, and all the Runic cards say you have to summon a fusion to the extra monster zone. So, if you get rid of that, you basically take away that entire utility. Hugin's not banned, it doesn't have any points, but you can't summon Hugin in Genesis format, because the zone to summon it to does not exist. And so I'm curious what you can do playing this, I wonder if Runic Sky Striker... Oh, wait, no, Sky Striker's Link. That wouldn't work at all. Runic Spellbooks? No. I don't know. I'll have to look at it.
The Hecahan's cards that interact with your opponent's stuff to cost points, because doing so is an effect that interacts in a way that's really frustrating to try and play around. Same concept with things like Kashtira Unicorn. I'm not surprised to see Geigas there, but these cards aren't particularly powerful. Xeno to 10, I don't expect them to be played. Cool Tune Clip, Cool Tune Q, both to 5. These are fine. Cool Tune is a deck that could find a home in Genesis for sure. Putting these cards to 5 respectively will still enable you to explore it without doing the thing the Radiant Typhoon did and just completely foregoing the concept of Genesis. Next up. Dododo Warrior 270. Dude, I cannot describe to you how happy I am to see that. Dododo Warrior 270. That's insane. So here's why that happened. First off, Dododo Warrior is the most powerful card in Genesis. I'm on record saying that. I think it's the most powerful card in Genesis. It's powerful for a number of reasons. The first reason, of course, is it enables Onomat, one of the top decks in the format, to put up an unbelievable board just by virtue of being itself. It can send Dododo Dwarf Go 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 Glove and get 15 materials worth of monsters into rotation. That's not all it can do. It can also enable a free rank 4 in any deck that has the points necessary to devote to it, so a lot of decks were just playing Dododo Warrior and making Rafflesia so that they could get hand trap protection through a copy of Gravedigger's Trap Hole before they ran into something like a Droll and Lockbird. It sucked. I'm super...
Yeah, it is interesting to see how people find ways around things where they're like, okay, negates are at a premium. Hand traps are at a premium. Your opponent might be able to stop you with something like a Droll or a Veiler, but it's going to be rare in Genesis. So if you can put up any kind of negate first turn, then it's worth way more to you. The problem is a lot of the first turn negate cards are also really powerful. So what do? You play Dododo Warrior, which sends a level 4. It's a level 4 that summons itself from the hand and sends a level 4 to the graveyard. That level 4 can revive from the graveyard. You make Traptrix Rafflesia, which can activate a trap hole from your deck. And Gravedigger's Trap Hole negates the effect of a card activated in the hand or graveyard. So you jump through all that, you play a 21 points, just to be able to negate the Droll. I love Rafflesia seeing play. Too good for the price, yeah. 21.
Super glad that this card is no longer available. It's way too strong for this format. Case for K920 also makes sense. This was a mechanism by which people were accessing the K9 monsters, which do cost...
My water's out. Let me go get a refill of water.
Cost on all of them, just playing one-ofs. This card is super available in K9 as well, courtesy of Lantern, so that going down is probably for the best. Yokel to 33, Ripper to 30, also great. The canines were very accessible in this format and probably shouldn't be. And Souls to 15, Circular to 15. Circular to 15 I'm not super thrilled about. I think that card was in an okay position, but Souls was probably the best 0-point card in the format. There's a Dual Logs video about it, and I think it was going to be a matter of time before people start splashing him in things. I have a couple of decks that were experimenting with him, and I was like, oh, this definitely can't be allowed. Importantly, this also means they may not hit some of the new Dark Magician stuff coming out in the next set as thoroughly as they would otherwise. Next up. Regulus 20. Regulus is probably the second most powerful 0-point card. Sure, generic negate, a generic-ish negate probably should be costed there. Designator to 20, this is the coder tax, because, of course, Crossout Designator was a fantastic opportunity to get rid of Droll, to get rid of Nibiru. Now the cards that beat the cards are no longer as strong. I think they are on record saying they want you to feel good knowing your hand traps will resolve. And I agree with that philosophy for sure. Rafflesia to 20, same concept as above. They don't want decks splashing it just to get Gravedigger's insurance. Lunalight Liger Dancer to 51. Thank the fucking Lord. So Lunalight doesn't have access to Tiger, but
I'm really surprised they're just like, Liger Dancer? Yeah, that's fine. It'd be like, well, they're missing Tiger and Wolf. It's like, yeah, but they can still make Liger Dancer. That's one of the things I found when playing, like, Genesis with my friends, is that, like, every deck needed to have either in the main or the side, like, kaijus or some other way to deal with an unaffected Bungus. Because it was either Liger Dancer or it was, what's it called? Quantum, Great Magnus. The card I'm playing. Yeah, if they summoned either of those, you would just lose. And there's a lot of other decks that are like, you know, it's not quite a Towers, but it's close enough in Genesis format that, like, yeah, you just need out. So it's good to see them hitting these at least somewhat.
In this format, and that's because the rest of the Lunalight cards are really good. Liger Dancer is very difficult for decks to deal with, especially because a lot of the ways to deal with that card are not available. This means you can only ever have one of them. And realistically, you're going to have none of them because this is such a huge point change that they probably won't ever fuck with it. Rongo Nimiad to 68 is not 6-7. I don't know. This is fine. What was the problem with putting it at 100? The less I see this card, the better. Super Quantum Mech King, Great Magnus, congratulations, Ease, you did it. This brings it more in line with other comparable bosses that are hard to get rid of.
Yeah, although putting Magnus 33, that means that, like, the Super Quantals, they can't run, I forget if they were running Emergency Teleport, but it stops them from running, like, basically the entire deck for free and then being able to run 100 points worth of hand traps. It's basically like, yeah, you gotta play, you gotta pull back just a little bit. Just don't play Lunalight in Genesis. Okay. Well, the thing is, right, is, Tiger Dancer is still pretty good. Or not Tiger Dancer. What's her name? Because the thing is, if you can make Liger Dancer, you can also make Leo Dancer. Like, Leo Dancer is 3,500, can't be targeted, can't be destroyed, can make 2 attacks. If it attacked once, destroy all special summoned monsters your opponent controls. Yeah, it's not as good as Liger Dancer. Liger Dancer is unaffected, attacks twice, and can just blow up stuff whenever, 38. But, like, if you can make 2 of these, you're still pretty good. I'm curious to see if the deck will still see play after this.
This one's also kind of a floodgate because it Colossuses you.
Especially, it's like, you know, with it at 51, you can still just play one Liger Dancer. One Liger Dancer, one Leo Dancer, or you could just not make Liger at all and play a bunch of hand traps and stuff and go in on 3 Leo Dancer.
Super Quant is a playable deck in this format and will continue to be a playable deck after this. I think the thing that makes Super Quant playable is it's one of the strategies that gets to wield the Heralds, which I think we may see later on this list. Ex-Pearly Noir for 33. I mean, you are just seeing a
Fairy, fairy, fairy. The problem is, oftentimes, these are my starters. I don't think it would work nearly as well in the Master Duel. Oh wait, this is a zombie. Okay, it's just these. If I play 3 of these and 3 of these, and 3 Herald of Orange Lights, that doesn't seem worth it.
Pattern here, right? All the big unaffected guys are getting hit. Pearly to 10, and Pearly Sleepy Memory to 10 to make up for that differential. Pearlily to 7 as well. Gaga Gaga Girl going to 15. These are just balance hits directed at Onomat, one of the top decks in the format. Big Gabonga is part of the 3-slop deck that was enabled by Eldam and Suen being 0 points, alongside many other things. Grand Entrance moving down to 20. Lets you play it in Memento maybe, but makes up for the change on Gabonga. Jam Dragon Drive, part of that 3-slop deck as well, but also part of another independently powerful deck playing the new Psychic Banish monsters alongside the Punk monsters. It felt weird that that deck had literally no hits. That's the only hit in it, so
literally.
whatever. Galaxy Photon Dragon to 15. Who the fuck is Galaxy Photon Dragon? Oh, the 4? That gets you to Tachyon, so probably for the best. Nash Knight to 15, sure, really playing around with the margins of this one. Zenmaity to 15, dog, we're breaking wind up.
What's the
That's
deal
not
with
going
that
to change
one?
anything.
I have no idea.
Although Zenmaity is pretty powerful in the 3-slop deck, so maybe there's a new direction for it that uses cards that are banned in the TCG. I hope so. Hunter to 86, they just don't want you to play Zenmaity and Hunter in the same deck. That's fine. Hunter isn't a good card. It's not worth your time to try and do a Hunter loop anyway. Primathmic Alimbertion to 20. Weird that there was a 3-mat Search Any 4 available. Good that they are hitting it. Primera to 2. Trudea to 1. Maizen to 0. Yagamaru to 0. Yagamaru was pointed.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't play ninjas yet on Genesis Apocalypse. That's one of my favorite decks, especially to play in Genesis format. I really like ninjas. And I was really surprised when they're like, Maizen and 15. I was like, are you serious? It's good, but it's not that good. I was like, okay, I'll play them both at 10, or both at 5. Like, 2 of each, that's 20. That's a 5th of your deck on the extra deck. But now, ninjas are just like a 0-point deck.
Can you imagine? I like all of these. These are hits that they were forthcoming about. They said, we're frustrated that these decks aren't seeing play, despite the fact that in testing they were extremely powerful. Deception of the Sinful Spoils up to 40. Unfortunately, a really...
Yeah, Centurion 2 is something I really want to mess around with. I think I'm going to wait a little bit until the points are lower.
Really powerful card.
Points are lower on Genesis Apocalypse, I mean. Like, there's no reason to play it now, because we could play this at like 40 or 20 points or whatever.
Ash to 0, Poplar to 0. Those are also adjustments based on them thinking Snake Eyes was going to be better than it was. Hidden City to 0, an adjustment for...
yeah, Hidden City is something I'm also
Guru
thinking
deck,
about.
Levianeer to 0, Dragon's Light and Darkness to 0, Aestheticism to 0, Shien's Dojo to 0, Barrier to 20, Nadir Servant to 20, Lady Lab of the Silver Castle to 40 to make up for Big Welcome Lab and Welcome Lab going down to 20 apiece. Philoregius to 10 to make up for Xiao to 10, Dragon Maid to 10, Dragon Maid Tiding to 10, Sword Soul Emergence to 10, Moye to 0, Ashuna to 3, Ding Dong to 20, Charge of the Light Brigade to 25.
Yep, I do feel, I was like, oh, I made that worm pile. Would have been a lot better if I could play 3 Moye. That might make it even better, to be honest, though. Moye to 0, and, well, Ashuna, you still can't play Ashuna with Arch Nemesis Protoss. And yeah, for the person asking about Dragon Maid, I felt like Dragon Maids were probably still playable before, but their boss monsters went from 20 to 10, so you just got like a 50% discount. I don't agree with them removing Snake Eyes while keeping original Sinful Spoils at 100. TG and Infernoid want their card back.
These are all hugely welcome changes, all changes based on the amount of games that the players got to experience in a situation where the devs didn't. In internal testing, all these decks were killers. Now they are not. So unsurprising to see them available once again. Speaking of, Wandering Griffin Rider, Rite of Aramasir, Water Enchantress of the Temple, Tamer Editor, Proving Ground Rejection, Sulfador Inclusion, and Smyger Thistfern all changed, as is Fallen in the Virtuous and the Albion fusions, or the Albaz fusions. They spoke as well about how they intended to change the point values with respect.
Yeah, so Branded can be played again. Before, they put Fallen in the Virtuous at 15, which is like splashable in every deck. And they were like, yeah, most decks aren't going to play this at 15. Why increase every single Albaz fusion to make up for that? I do not welcome Snake Eyes. Yeah, and Gladiator, I don't know, I think I've got my fill of Gladiator beasts for this year. Something I was thinking about, but I think I'm good. Incoming Machine, that's something I'd like to learn how to play. That's the Metal Morph deck. That can make like a negate. That's pretty good. And yeah, we'll just fast forward through the rest of these real quick. Oops, he scrolled to the top. Yeah, and then Light End and Dark End, those went from 5 to 1. Those aren't doing hardly anything. I forget what Assault Synchron is. Change of Heart going down, Snatch Steal going down, Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon. That's a buff to ninjas, if you didn't know. Dominus Impulse going down, Dominus Spiral, Duality, Foolish Burial Goods going up, Premature Burial going down, Monster Reborn, Dimension Fusion, and Return of a Different Dimension. That's something, it's high enough that we if I wanted to play it, I'd have to play it soon, but if you can think of anything that in the modern game where being able to play one copy of like Dimension Fusion or Return from a Different Dimension would be game breaking, let me know, because I would love to do something with that. Speaking of which, I figure while we're here talking about this, Skyrimosity Prime Sub, the primest of hype. Let's go ahead. We'll get the window capture. Both my window captures are... Oh, there it is. We got Bastard Duel open over here. I'll let you know, this is what I'm working on for the 80 point Genesis deck. Lyrilusk. Because obviously, if you're not a $5 patron, you haven't seen the second episode. But I'll just let you know, like, this doesn't ruin like what the actual decks do. But so the first episode of Genesis Apocalypse, I played a worm pile based around Arch Nemesis Protoss. I wanted to spend all 100 points on one card and then build a deck around that. The second episode, I did the opposite. I found a deck I really wanted to play, which was Argo Stars. And then I added in generic hand traps until I filled up the points, the 90-point deck. This time, I wanted to play a deck that had points as part of the engine. Something where almost all the points were going to be taken up, not on one card, but on a bunch of cards within the deck. And so I went ahead and played 3 copies of Bird Call and 3 copies of Barrel Canary. Is that Eto? Yeah, we're playing Liberator Eto. If you're curious, all the one-ofs, we're playing 3 copies of Small World, because since all these are Wing Beast Birds level 1, we can use these to bridge into Kurikara Divicarnate, Gamma Seal, Liberator Eto, Eater of Millions. And then, like, these 2 are essentially just, like, bridges. Eto's usually a bridge, but it can also be used for other stuff. Like, I can search Eto, or I can bridge it Eto. Like, if I have a DD Crow, or I have a Jester Confit, like, I take these, they're both dark monsters. Oh, this has 0 defense, okay. Yeah, so, but if I have a DD Crow that I don't want, I can DD Crow through Liberator Eto, who's level 8, and get a Kaiju. Or I can, no, I think that's just about it. Oh yeah, I can DD Crow through Liberator Eto into Eater of Millions. It fits perfectly for Christmas. Yeah, and I had to decide if I wanted to play 3 copies of Bird Call or 2 copies and a Zeus. And I'm leaning towards... I really want to show off what this deck can do real quick to make sure I'm not crazy, chat. You don't think I'm crazy, do you? Played against the Blue Eyes deck. Because I feel like so many people, especially like in the Tri-Brigade version of Lyrilusk, where you're not playing it pure, that's all you do, is you use the Tri-Brigades in order to make Zeus. And here we're a little better, usually. I bricked. It's fine. We got Forbidden Chalice. Mutant Genesis with Mind Master. I don't like mutants. They're too complicated. Yeah, we're going to Forbidden Chalice this. We got Eto too, yeah. Eto's really going to be a, you know, hit or miss. It's either going to be amazingly good or useless, which is why 2 are in the side deck. But you can special summon it from your hand if your opponent has a monster card on their field or graveyard that activates in the hand or monster zone in response to a card effect or activation. So basically, if they have a card that says, when your opponent does something, do this, you can play Liberator Eto. So, Ash Blossom, Imperm, but also just any monster that has a negate. Okay, that unlocks the shock. So like, for instance, when an effect of a card is activated, you can negate that activation. This can do it so we can get Liberator. However, I want to be able to do this first, which requires me to control no monsters. So we special summon the Warbler. This special summons one from our hand. We're going to get the Cobalt Sparrow. Sparrow, when it's special summoned, gets us to search. We're going to search Wagtail. If we control a, if you control a winged beast monster, you can special summon this and one from your hand. How come I can't do this? Oh, if you're wondering this is, what's it called? Dark Ruler No More, but for Lyrilusks. Negate all monsters your opponent currently controls. Bird Strike. Get negated. Now I can activate it. Why couldn't I activate it? Oh, because I can't summon 2 at the same time. I forgot this had like the anti-pendulum stuff. Okay, so if we control 1, we can summon this and something else. So we go you. We go you. And when this is special summoned, we get ourselves a spell or a trap. In this case, we're getting this. Bird Sanctuary. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make Recital, or Recital, as you might call it. Recital. Sure. You get more attack, just like you always wanted. We're going to detach this. We're going to get Feral Canary. Yeah, and if you don't know, this says, while this card is equipped, or a Wind Ixie monster that was summoned using this card on the field gains this effect. Your opponent cannot target it with card effects. So Barrel Canary. Summon itself, summon one from the graveyard. Anything I make with this can't be targeted. So if we get Nightingale, and we use all 4 of these, birds! We've got a 1000 attacker that can attack directly 4 times. you can detach, and until the end of the turn, Lyraloose can't be destroyed by battle and you take no battle damage. So if I just passed on this, I could, at the start of their turn, detach. I've just Wabakoo'd them. Even if they somehow clear the board, they can't do anything. But actually clearing the board is also almost impossible because this can't be targeted, and now neither of them can be destroyed. So they have to get non-targeting, non-destruction removal. Also, I detach this, but I can bring it back. Its just effect is once per turn you can attach it. And they're trying to negate, but they cannot. And yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and summon this. Half my life points. Big. And then, yeah, we go to battle. You're negated. They don't know. Attack directly? Yes. 1,000. Attack directly? Yes. Attack directly? Yes. Attack directly? Yes. Most of your life points. And, you know, if somehow they stopped me around here, or I didn't have this, or something else, you know, I could end it there. But because I detach this, I don't take any battle damage this turn. And this card says, all battle damage you take from battles involving this Ixie summoned card is also inflicted to your opponent. And the funny thing is, right, even though I don't take any damage, they still take the damage. Which makes it exact game with Liberator. I'm secretly Lord Zed. Congrats, you did a 2024 Duel Links Tier 2 OTK combo. Dumb ruling, funny win. First recorded Eto victory. Okay, we'll try this again. I want to see if I can get the go. No, I've lost the guessing game. Yeah, it's like I'm going to have to play into some amount of disruption. I'm just curious how much it is. Cards of consonants. Chad, what does consonants mean? Can someone look that up? Ooh, it means you draw 2. So we go Bird Call. Add a Lyraloose from deck to hand. Yeah. We add Bluebird to hand. And then we summon a bird from our hand with a different name. Cobalt Sparrow. Sparrow activate effect. Grab Wagtail. Now that we've got one, we can activate effect. Summon this and Wagtail. Search the thing. We almost always get this unless we really need Bird Call. Agreement or compatibility between options or actions. I see. I'm curious, could I do this one card combo? I don't think I could. Yeah, we're going to decide. Going to, yeah, we'll increase your attack. Why not? We detach. We grab, do we just grab a DD Crow for later? No, we grab the Warbler. The Warbler! Because we haven't normal summoned yet. Then we're going to make another one. You get bigger again. Detach. Sure, we'll add a DD. Just assume, yeah, assume we added one of these. And then what we can do is make Utopic Future. Yeah, Draco Future costs too much. We can't make it. But we make this because we want to detach everything to the graveyard. Because now we can go this onto this. Summon back this. It only works if it's special summoned from the hand. Okay, well, I've learned something. I thought this would get back blue, and then blue can attach one. It's fine. We've got this. It's just a free summon. What's the limit on this deck? 20 isn't that much. 80. But Barrel Canary is 3 and Bird Call is 20. Draw a card. Ooh. So real quick, if I reveal this... Yeah, they didn't activate anything. I could send this and get Eto or Gamma Seal. But I cannot summon the Eto. What does this thing do? Take control of it at the end, until the end of the battle phase. Okay. Yeah, there is a way to OTK. Maybe I should have done that. I'm like trying to show off the other stuff that's like in the extra deck. But I could have just made this with like 6 materials and it like attacked per game. Yoink. Silver's Cry. But it came back, except it didn't. What if you wanted to reborn Blue Eyes and your opponent said, Crow? Yep, and then we just wait, and then just like as soon as our opponent's turn starts, like in the draw phase, we just do this. Now we've Wabakooed. And this is where I think the strength of the gate, like, yes, we could have made a Zeus, and maybe they could play through a Zeus, maybe they couldn't. But having this is like, okay, well, unless you have a non-targeting, non-destruction way to get rid of this. What does this do? If this face-up card would be destroyed, you can detach one material instead. Sure. But yeah, unless you have a very specific thing to get rid of this, like a Kaiju, then next turn I'm going to reattach the Wagtail from the graveyard, and I can attack you directly for 4,000. So it doesn't matter what you have on board. what kind of things you make. Because you can't kill me and I take no damage. My only worry is like, you know, if you have some kind of really strong negate that I can't get rid of with Eto or something else. Oh, I guess they can just do that, chat. What do you know? They stopped the effect. However will I get by this? Eto blah. Battle phase. No, I don't want to chain. Go back to auto. Attack directly? Yes. 800. 16. We're almost there. And yeah, again, like if I didn't have Eto, if I didn't have this, if all I got to this, then it's like, well, next turn I'm detaching, and then I can deal 800 to you unless you can stop me. Blah. This is still a pretty good card. Being able to steal stuff during the battle phase. Master Duel looks a little silly today. This is Bastard Duel. It's close enough to fool some people sometimes. But yeah, that's the general plan. If I go first, depending on how many cards, like if I do full combo, and I never got the chance to go first, but I can make an assembled Nightingale with this fucker. This guy is also 0 points and can be made if I have 2 Ixies, so I can get the 2 birds and just overlay them onto this. Your opponent's monsters cannot target monsters for attacks or effects except this. I'm sorry. They cannot target your monsters for attacks or other cards on the field with effects except this. When your opponent activates a card or effect, detach 1, take control of a monster they control for the rest of the turn. Also, this card can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. So, if need be, I can put like an extra thing where it's like, okay, this can't be targeted already because I've made it with the Cobalt Sparrow. But even if I miss that somehow, this guy also says you can't target this. And it's also not destroyed, and you can steal stuff. Part of my 5 Ixionomat board, yeah. I'm just ending on these 2 and just being like, if you can't find a way to deal with this, I'm going to attack you for game. How many points is Droplet? A lot. 10. And yeah, the only thing in here that I could like theoretically take out that isn't like part of my main engine is Forbidden Chalice. And that's 5 points. So I have 5 points to spare. But playing 3 of my best Searcher and 3 of my best Reviver puts me at 75 points. I could theoretically, because Barrel Canary isn't necessarily good on the first turn, like you often want to search it, I think it's good to have 3, because it just gives you the more, this is one of those decks where like, you're not playing a whole lot of hand traps or board breakers, you're just playing so many ways to special summon a level 1 that even if they destroy or negate one of them, you can still make your way to a big bird. But yeah, I could theoretically take this to 2, play one of these, but I don't think playing one of this is really going to make much of a difference. And it's not enough to put in Nibiru, what's it called? Zeus. For a while, I had taken out this, and I was playing a Zeus. Like, I had put a Zeus in, and then I took out one of these. But I found that, like, what I really needed was more ways to get started and more ways to extend. You could play one Droll. I mean, I could have last week, but this week I cannot. No, where art thou? I've considered it, but I'm already playing, like, so many one-ups, right? Or so many ones. Like, what would I remove for where art thou? The only thing I could think of is like I could take out the small world package and get rid of the whole toolbox, but I really like the toolbox. Either that or the one other tech card, and this is good going first or second, Final Bringer of the End Times. Target a monster you control and a monster your opponent controls, destroy them. Quick effect. The thing is, so many of these birds are like, special summon them, then do a thing. And so being able to like, I try to search with this, or search with this, or I special summon this and try to summon from the hand. If they hit it with like a Veiler, for instance, I can tribute off this while popping one of their cards. Alternatively, I can set this, and then if I make my way to Assembled Nightingale, the detach just says, until the end of this turn, Lyrilus can't be destroyed. So once I activate this, then this becomes free. I can target any of my Lyrilus cards and any of my opponent's cards, and my Lyrilus won't be destroyed, but theirs will. That's a cool interaction. Yeah, it's just a neat little thing. And then the side deck is just other stuff I could search. If I'm going second, I might put in more Bird Strike. I could put in Cosmic Cyclone. I can search out Eater of Millions, Magical Hound, and Godarla. I could put in another Eto. I was like, realistically though, I wouldn't want to be like, I need to see Eto in my first hand. If they have something, I'm either going to Kaiju over it. If they have spell traps, I can return them to the hand. If they've got something that like I need to bait out that can't be Kaiju'd for whatever reason, this. And yeah, this is diet evenly. If MBT goes on a really wide board, I can put in these two. They're not as searchable. But this just saying, like, if you control a Lyrilus, negate all face-up monsters your opponent controls. Oh, hey, neat. That's what I'm thinking. No Ripplebird. Detach one, target one monster on the field, changes battle position. While all monsters you control are in attack position, they gain 500. Your opponent cannot declare an attack. Yeah, I can put in a Ripplebird. There you go. Could you play Snake Eyes as more rank 1 starters? Wait. What's his name? Where's the other Snake Eyes? There should be more than this, right? Oh, there's Snake Eye. Gotcha. But what would I get rid of? Do it like that. And then I could throw in like a Flamberge. And then the Divicarnate becomes searchable. And then I can take out the Magical Hound. And then we still just play Flamberge because it, like, does stuff, right? We have no way to link it off, though. I didn't even think about this because when I was building, they were points, and I was like, there's no way they'll take the points away, right? Oh, 2 Flambers. Why did I do that? Yeah, I could just take out the 1 Forbidden Chalice. That puts me down to 40, and then I'm only playing 75 points. I don't think there's any 5 points extra deck starters. Going first makes me feel like I'm going first. Target 1 level 5 that is banished or in your graveyard. Special summon it. Send 2 face-up cards, including this. Okay, so let me think about this. I special summon this. This effect. Summon the Sparrow. Sparrow effect. Get blue. Go for this. Yeah, I don't need to activate that. We add this. Flambers is a small world bridge into Eto. Yeah, and vice versa. Yeah, we've almost used every bird, so we don't actually want Bird Call. That's better as a recovery card. So we make this. Activate the effect again. Discard. Yeah. Wagtail. And we grab this, assuming we don't already have it. Then we activate, we get the blue. We make Nightingale. Yeah, and then if you make it with blue, you get to target one in the graveyard and attach it. And if you're unfamiliar with this card, it says you can target 2 winged beasts, attach one to the other. So normally I would use these 2 and make a Utopic Zetzel, but instead I can just make a 5 material one. Normal summon Oak, activate Oak, send off this, summon Ash, Ash effect, grab Poplar, Poplar, I have no search. Birch is an extender, but we need a fire attribute rank 1. Yeah, we locked into fires. But now we have, like... We could just make this. And if you don't know, this is... if your opponent special summons, detach 1, target that monster, return it to the hand. Not once per turn. So for each of these, I can activate. Oh, yeah. If you control a... if you control an Ixie with 3 or more materials, draw a card. Trying to make this less normal summon reliant. Well, the thing is, the birds already do everything without using its normal summon. So that's why I was like, oh, that gives it a good normal summon where we could do it and then make an instant rank 1. It's like Silver's cry. Yeah, I'm about to make you cry. Popular. I'm gonna be popular. Yeah, and then this, the idea would be normally what we would do is like, we play 3 of the Ash because we want a normal Ash, get Poplar, summon Poplar, and then Poplar would grab the Oak. And then next turn, we can normal summon Oak and make another rank 1. Poplar only gets spells, though. Oh, does it? Oh, it is spell traps. Okay. Do I put in like one of the field spell then? And then I can summon Poplar back? Okay. Oh, I can't summon 2 at a time. Stupid thing! You made me look bad! Ooga booga booga! We can just draw a card. Well, there we go. Snake Eyes, Diabell Star, that might be overkill. Yeah, I'm wondering if we even want to play the Flamberge, because summoning it would be... Well, no, it wouldn't be that difficult. From this position. Yeah, we get Wagtail. And then, yeah, if we wanted to get the thing that wipes all the effects, we could do that, or we could just get Bird Call. And then what's neat here is, like, once we're already established, right? Like, Recital Starling's effect to, like, add 600 attack. Not much when you're trying to crash, but add it to this. And then we detach Wagtail. We add Cobalt Sparrow. Activate this. Summon itself. Summon this. Get a Searchy-Doo. We're going through our deck at an alarming rate. And then we're going to make Prom Thrush. This can spin back back row cards. Yeah. We'll attach 1 from the graveyard. Then we're going to do this. Target you and you. Put those on there. Now it's got 6 material. Now it's got 7 material. So I've got 2200 attack, and I can attack 7 times directly. And also, when a monster declares an attack, you can detach materials from this, and that monster gains, what is it? 300 attack for every material? That's a big bird! Blue Eyes Bird. No. Attack this. Who needs to attack directly? I will get rid of you the old-fashioned way and still attack for game. Very overkill. And so yeah, I'm like, when this deck works, like, holy shit. And you're like, well, maybe your opponent would probably negate some things. They would probably stop you from doing things. But we still hadn't used Barrel Canary. We still haven't used Bird Call. I'll have to test a little bit more with... let's see. Poplar gets a Snake Eyes Spell Trap. Doomed Dragon is kind of nuts if you manage to get 2 in the back row. Yeah, but the only one that would ever get in the back row would be Poplar. Yeah, so I don't really have a way to get to Oak. Yeah, Field Spell puts 1. Place 1 from your hand, deck, or graveyard in the Spell Trap zone. Yeah, so I could play one of those, and then Doomed Dragon just in case I get 2. Just get rid of this, because I've never summoned it. I can also get this trap. What's this do? The total levels of Snake Eye you control are 2 or higher. Activate one of these effects. Target a monster your opponent controls are in their graveyard. Place it in the spell trap zone. Target a monster. Treat it as a continuous spell. Summon it. Okay. How much is Harpy's Featherstorm? 100. It is your entire thing. Place 1 Diabell from your hand, deck, or graveyard. During the end phase, you can banish this card from your graveyard. Okay. Yeah, and I guess we... Okay, get rid of that. Play one of this in the side deck. If we want to search it, especially going second, that might be good. See, I'm glad I tested this online, chat. Or on stream. You helped me make it a little bit better. Not only a little bit better, a little bit more interesting. You know, you hear that, like, there's a format without links, and people don't expect Snake Eyes, especially as, like, a rank 1 engine. And none of these have any locks or anything, right? No. And I just don't want to draw Poplar. Yeah, I got 1 Garnet. So maybe I could go ahead and, like, just put that in there to compensate for the fact that I have a Garnet. Oh, 2 with Flambarp. Yeah, good point. So maybe go ahead and put another, what's it called? The slow carnival music stops. The clown. What's the rank 1 clown called again, chat? Jester Confit. They're not bricks, they're small world bridges, yeah. So maybe I put that back in. We play 44 with this. Unfortunately, the test hand feature doesn't work. But we could shuffle and be like, okay, well, this is still full combo. because even though we have the Flamberge, like normal Ash gets Poplar summons, Poplar gets the field. That lets us make the first rank 1. This just takes 2 level 1 monsters. We've already got the Sapphire Swallow, so if we add Bird Call, we could do that too. And then we could Small World. What would Flamberge go into? We could Flamberge. That's a 3008, 2025. Yeah, so Flamberge has nothing in common with Divicarnate except for they're both fire. So I can bridge Flamberge through Divicarnate and get any bird I want, because they're all level 1s and have nothing else in common with Divicarnate. I could also Flamberge through, what's it called? Flamberge through Godarla, because they're both level 8. And then that gets me into any bird, because they're all wind. Or I could Flamberge from, Flamberge through Godarla into Eto? Yeah. Or Flamberge through Eto into DD Crow. It's Confi. Oh, I see. So there's a lot of options, you know, depending on what my opponent's playing. I could get Eto, I could get DD Crow, I could just get an extender, I could get Eater of Millions, because I could go Flamberge through Eto into Eater. We started with the Poplar. But we could still, like... No, we'd have to, like... Oh, wait. Yeah, this is 1, 2, 3, 4... Okay, yeah. So what does Poplar do? Poplar is a level 1 fire. So we can go through, like, a level 1 dark, like Jester Confi. Pyro, Spellcaster, yeah, Dark, they have different attack. So yeah, we can go Poplar through Confi into not every bird, because they have to have more than 0 attack and defense. But like, we could get Turquoise Wobbler. Oh, is it just Turquoise Wobbler? Yeah, it's just Wobbler. But Wobbler's a pretty good start. You know, Wobbler ain't bad. We could also Poplar... No, we can't Poplar through Crow. We could Poplar through Kurikara and then get to everything. Okay, yeah, Poplar. So, okay, you know, Poplar is a brick if we draw it in certain hands, but the Small World, because they're level 1s, they let us bridge through everything. So they're not necessarily bricks. All right, I'm feeling much better about it. It's that boy. Okay, thank you, chat. Okay, so now let's do the thing I said I was going to do like an hour ago. If you just came for Yu-Gi-Oh!, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Part is ending. I'll be back here on Thursday. We'll be playing more Yu-Gi-Oh! For the rest of you who just like the sound of my voice, like seeing interesting things, or just like seeing interesting games, we're going to be going into Blueprints. As soon as I change the category that we're on. No game license. I forgot I'm on the... I have to, in order to play a different account on Master Duel, you have to have a different Steam account. So I had to swap over to that one. And that one, Master Duel is free, so you can just download it on whatever. Here we go. Open it up there. I'm glad I caught up with the 2 secret Blueprints streams. The problem with Blueprints is that every time I play it, there's new people there. So if you did like the streams, you have to listen to me explain the concept every single time. Ominous. Raw Fury. Yeah, if you haven't been watching the secret late-night Blueprint streams, I've made quite a bit of progress. I've unlocked a new part of the mansion. No, white prince. Ah, I see. Continue. Yep, we're getting pretty high on the days. I think if the opening thing was to be believed and we didn't have infinite time, we would have failed by now. I think they said we only had 30 days and we're on like 33. But it's fine, you actually have infinite time. Day 32. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Let's get my allowance. $9. And then we immediately turn around. Have you tried getting the dark room, having the lights turn off, and then breaker box? I thought I had to get it with the, what's it called? The boiler room and turn it on that way. Rooms in your house will be more likely to contain dig spots. Adds 8 classrooms to today's draft pool. 2 special items. We haven't been in the tool shed yet. See what's in the tool shed. Got metal detector. And the magnifying glass. I was really hoping for a shovel. Anything else in here? Doesn't look like it. Things don't glow, so it's like it's really hard to tell like what item is clickable and what isn't. You kind of gotta just like test everything. For a second I thought it was a banjo. Nope. Magnifying and the metal detector. Greater chance of finding coins and keys. Yeah, and I completely forget what we unlocked last time. Other than the outside. Oh, we need to get to the pump room. We need to empty the reservoir so that we can go down into the reservoir. We found how to get to the reservoir. Okay, first room of the day. Serving it up Gary's way. Also, I realize I might be a little too big here. Let's make me a little smaller so it's easier to see. There we go. Okay. Pantry, corridor. I think we just corridor. Gives us more space. Even if it takes an extra step. And we don't have to explore because the... Ooh. Parlor? 3 gems or 2 gems, a key, and $1. I think I'd rather have more space to explore. I really missed a bunch. It's fine. The parlor is always the same. At least it's the same game. Even if the words are different. The true boxes are both empty. The false boxes are both true. The gems are in the blue box. Okay. So if you're somehow new here, 3 boxes. 1 box has to tell lies. 1 box has to tell the truth. 1 box contains gems. Those are the rules. It's that simple. So right off the bat, we know that this is a false box because the false boxes can't both be true. Otherwise, they wouldn't be false boxes. So this is a lie, which means at least one of these has to be true. So if the gems are in the blue box, if this is true, then the true boxes are both empty. So if this was true, then this would be false. Because, wait, the true boxes are both empty. Okay, so 1 second. If this is true, if the gems are in this box, and the true boxes are both empty, if this was true, then this would be empty. Oh, they can't both be true. Only one of these can be true. Okay. Sorry, sometimes these are really easy to logic out, and sometimes they take me a second. Okay, so if this is true, then this is false. And that would mean the true boxes... Wait. If this is false, if the true boxes are both empty, wouldn't that mean the true boxes both have stuff? No, it could just mean that a true box has something. Okay, let's assume this is false. The gems aren't in the blue box. Usually I can logic my way through these a lot faster. I guess they're getting more difficult. Or maybe I'm just not in the right headspace. Okay, if they're in the blue box, the true boxes are empty. So that would be true. The true boxes. The thing that's fucking me up with this is usually if it has a statement like this, like the gems are in the blue box, it's really easy to be like, if this is true or false, because either they're in the box or they aren't. It's that simple. But this one I'm like, if the true boxes are both empty, like, is this statement true if there's only one true box? Could it be false in that the boxes are empty? Does that mean there's multiple? There's several ways this could be false without being like the opposite. Didn't you stream other times? Because the last stream was last Tuesday. Did I not make any of them live? One second. The other blueprints. Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, I'm pretty sure I got the super quantum ones. There we go. Okay. Let's say this is false. If this is false, and we know this is false, then this must be true. Which would mean this is the true box and it's empty. Which would give us no clue as to where these are. So I feel like this must be true. And this must be false. Yeah, it's in the blue box. Okay. I probably made that one harder than I needed to. They done fucked me up a little bit with that one. Master bedroom already. I don't want to go in there. Let's do a reading nook. A key. Reading nook always attaches to the library. And the library always gets you a rare room attached to it. Assuming it doesn't, as you can see down there, just go into a hallway that it can't go into. I think in this case, we've got 2 more entrances. Let's just get a storeroom here. Grab a key, grab a couple gems, and then we just go back. And if you look in the top left, there's a step meter. Every time you go into a new room, your steps go down by 1. If you run out of steps, you gotta call it for the day, and then the house resets. So, like, in that case, I could have extended from there, but if I kept going really far, I'd never make it back to these halls. Which is kind of what I want to do. Observatory, bedroom. I don't want to get the bunk room. Yeah, I think we'll do the observatory today. Who doesn't like a good observatory? Stars are at 25. So this is the key one, right? Yeah, one free key. This is the wedge, so I get, or the slice, I should say. 3 steps. Is that the cross or the diamond? Let me look. Some of these are like good, and some of them are bad. Yeah, the Southern Cross. Rooms with 4 doors are more common. We don't want that one today. What's the other one? Was it Diamondus Major? No. I don't know what this one is. Oh, they're 2 different ones. A pair of chests have been added, and this is the apples taste more delicious. Okay. Oh yeah, also, this is a game where you absolutely have to take notes. If you like really, complicated, meaty puzzle games, excellent game. If you don't, this is not the game for you. There are chess pieces in every room, and I've been keeping track of them by taking a picture of them and then marking down where they are on the map. So let me do that real quick. There is a knight in the observatory. Let's real quick. So this is observatory, which is rank 2M. Okay. The chapel was here last time. Okay, so I don't have to keep track of where they're at. That's one of the things. We started marking those down last time because I found a chessboard, and I'm like, this feels like part of a puzzle. Did you play old educational puzzle games? Not really. What the heck is that? Is that a bug or just some dust? Oh, it's just some dust. Okay. Where the hell does dust come from, chat? Yeah, there was another puzzle that required you to, keep track of what room you were in on, a grid here. So I was like, maybe it has to do that. But last time there was a different room here, and it didn't have the same chess piece. I'm guessing the chess pieces are dependent on the room instead. So maybe instead, I'm not going to redo those all right now. It's fine. Let's go ahead. Chapel. Closet. The chapel kind of sucks. I don't want to get locked. Okay. I'm gonna go over here. What's this then? Pantry. Just get $4. Or a gem. I think gems are more important. Yeah, there's also this clock. It's actually synced up with all the clocks in the room, including this one that appears to be on a locked box I can't open. And earlier in the game, we found a clock tower. It's a rare room that doesn't spawn very often. Oh, that's the wrong clock. Yeah, the clocks in the clock tower, most of them were moving, but there was one that was stuck like this at 1:30. Whenever you start, it's like 9 in the morning, And so I'm like, I think something happens at 1:30, but this room almost always spawns at the start of the map. So you either have to wait here, or you have to remember to turn around and come back when you get close. Did you get more information on who's in the statue puzzle? Yes. We did solve the office puzzle, which had the statues. Let's keep going for now. The kitchen. I think we'd rather just bedroom. Yeah. And we don't even have to enter the chapel. Yep, we have to gymnasium. It's the only way to move forward. Just real quick, look at that clock again. The dark room. Yeah, we do have to find a way to turn on the lights in the dark room eventually. It's very risky going in the dark room, though, because in the dark room you can't see what's in the next thing. I'm going to assume that a room that takes gems is going to be good, and not a dead end. Okay, we got a commissary. We can get a shovel. Ooh, or a whole key. Shovel almost always doesn't let me down. Take the shovel, that'll pay dividends later. Ooh, courtyard. What an excellent place to use the shovel. It costs a gem, but there's 2 gems inside. Ooh, and a sledgehammer. Sledgehammer, bum bum, you gonna call my name. We got a key. And what's in the other diggy hole? A coin. Okay, so now that we've got the sledgehammer, we might want to go back. What we do now is go back. Let's see what these rooms are first. Drawing room. Ooh, the kennel. Each time you dig in a room, it unlocks all the rooms. This one, you can redraft. So that gives us more options. Yeah, let's do this and see if we can get to the thing that lets us... Where's it at? There we go. Oh yeah, I've also found this. I don't know how to open it. There's no other, like, clues in this room except all these paintings of, like, ponies and guys walking. I have an idea, chat. But first, let's go back. Do I have enough for a salt shaker? Yeah, I'm gonna buy this and hope I can find food. Because we got that thing that gives us 2 chests in the front hall. Yep, we lose 2 steps coming in here. But we gain 2 steps coming into the bedroom, so it cancels out. We're still nowhere near 1. I was hoping we'd be closer. Usually you have to use keys, but if you got a sledgehammer, you could just crack them open. Compass. Floor plans will point north more frequently. And a treasure map. One, two, three, four, 5. Okay, I just gotta go ahead to... I'm never gonna find out what this clock does. 2 more steps, and then lose 2 more steps. Okay. Let me see real quick if we can get like a kitchen or something. Ooh, the solarium. Or the nursery. More likely to get rare and unusual rooms. Yeah, let's try that. It's also a green room, so there should be some digging in here. Just a coin. What we really want is like a turnip. Oh. I almost forgot. So we're gonna do solarium, black pawn. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So it's like we have these figures, and I don't know much, except the one thing they all have in common is there's this little line underneath that shows how big their gate is, like how big of steps they're taking. And so what if from left to right, the safe numbers were the smallest to largest, and we just had to count how many? So like, who has the smallest step? It looks like this woman. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Chat, write this down. 4. Wait, is this less or more? Oh, his is shorter. The old man. Okay. Okay, so 4 is actually the second number. The first number would be this guy. So let's count the old man. We got 1. The thing is it number of paintings or number of men? I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, it's got to be the number unless it's a long code. Because we'd be higher than 10. So I guess we're going to try number of paintings first, chat. So how many paintings have that guy in it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so 8, 4. 8, 4, chat. Remember. Next up, it looks like the Hat Man. The Hat Man, the Top Hat Man is the next. So 8, 4. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so 7. 8, 4, 7. Or was it 6, 4, 7? You're supposed to be writing this in chat. Oh, thank you, Valen. So yeah, 7 is the third one. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5. And then the horse. So 8, 4, 7, 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. 8, 4, 7, 5, 4. Nothing. Okay. So maybe it's the guy, maybe these do count and it's a 6-letter code. Okay. 21. Let me write this down. 8, 4, 7, 5, 4. Which one was the one? It was the first one. So if we made that, if we count every guy, actually. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So that would make it 1, 5, 4, 7, 5, 4. So 1, 5, 4, 7, 5, 4. Nothing. Think back to what you know about safe codes. Yeah, they're usually a date, but there are no dates in here. There's no reference. Oh, I wasn't counting that guy. There's multiple of the other man. Oh, there is. Okay. Yeah, so if you're, Maury, if I'm just like, you could just tell me, am I completely and utterly wrong? Is counting the number of guys like a worthless endeavor? I think you could say yes or no without like... Unless I'm supposed to like... There's more to the hint about dates being safe codes. Let me look back at that. If we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. I guess it could mean the gate of the walk. So if we count just the guys who have the small, if we just count the small gates and maybe each room or each door. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on this wall. There's 3 on this wall, so 5, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5, 3, 7, 0. Nope. 0, 5, 3, 7. 0, 7, 5, 3. Yeah, the problem with that is that if we're just counting the small gates, then how do we know where to start? It's still a date format. Is the left versus right important? Okay, I guess if we count all the left-facing ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11. So it would be 11... 1103. Oh, what if it's 0311? Nope, that ain't it. The guy isn't only... I guess that's... So it's if it's the guy and the girl? They're both small, but small is like relative? That's how I was like... I assume the small must mean the smallest, because otherwise how are you supposed to know if this guy... But I guess if they're a date and they're a time in a month, then it must be just 2. So maybe it's the guy and the women. Although, let's see if it's the amount. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So there's 15 guys. And 1, 2, 3, 4. 15, 4. 0, 4, 15. Well, we did it. It was dumb, but we did it. Yeah, I talked about... I've been making a, what was it? In one of the Discords I'm in with some friends, they do a thing every couple of months where they have a PowerPoint night, where if you have something you want to talk about, it's just basically an excuse to like, I'm going to rant about this, or I'm going to teach you about this, or this is a thing that I really like, and then you can talk about it. And I'm doing one specifically on puzzle design, where I want to talk about how great Zachtronic games are. And one of the things I notice is, or not notice, but one of the key things that I talk about is the fact that, like, you know, the vast majority of puzzles are the creator of the puzzle thinks of a solution, and then they obscure the solution so that you have to reverse engineer what they were thinking about. In the case of, like, a jigsaw puzzle or a maze, that's not that difficult. Because you can look at, like, okay, this is clearly meant to be a rectangle, I put the pieces together. Or in the case of a maze, like, okay, I know where the ending is, I can find my way out. I can follow certain rules or whatever. But the more obscure the puzzle gets, the more brain teasery it gets, the more it becomes less about deducing any kind of logic, and the more it becomes like, okay, how do I guess what the puzzle creator was thinking? Because something that like makes sense to them might make sense to you, or vice versa. And in this case, it's like, I don't know how I was supposed to associate these people with a date. I guess the thing says they're a date, but why would I associate these people? The other one made sense because it was like March of the Counts, and March is like a month. Sometimes you're throwing shit at the wall, yeah. And it's like the fact that there's different amounts of them on the pages, so it's like, do I count the individual ones, or do I count the number of paintings? Does the left or right matter? Why are there all the other ones? How was I supposed to know that only those two count as a small gate? Without a whole bunch of hints, I would have zero idea. 6. Let me go ahead. I've been taking pictures of all the red envelopes. They all have different numbers on them and different orientations, which makes me think the red envelopes themselves are part of some puzzle. New folder. We're going to call this red envelope. 6. It was really just trial and error, yeah. And it's like, trial and error isn't fun. That's the thing, is like, whenever I know what I have to do, then the game becomes really fun. But whenever it's just like, yeah, it's really obscure and there's not a whole lot. Okay. Dearest Mary. Is Mary that... yeah, Mary and Marigold. That was your character's mom, who disappeared under mysterious circumstances. I know the events of the past year have catapulted you into a world you may not have been ready for. It's cruel, the way time rips through our lives, leaving them barren and fruitless like wind-scarred plains. Throughout all this, I know your principal concern has always been Simon. That's our character. You didn't need to confide in me yesterday for me to realize that fact. Everyone who knows you understands this. I will take full responsibility to ensure that regardless of how your current project pans out, Simon is shielded from any fallout and, God forbid, repercussions. A child should never suffer for the iniquity of their parents. I, of course, write to you all this in the hope that I can set your mind at peace when imagining the worst-case scenarios, not because I think such an outcome is likely. No, Mary, I have few apprehensions and fewer fears. Assuming everything goes according to plan, you should be reunited with Simon again before his 10th birthday. And while 2 years might seem like an eternity to a mother, I've always heard the days passed by more quickly in the East. As for me and you, I have already come to terms that our meeting yesterday was likely our very last. I am too old and too stubborn to ever leave this place. I am too attached to the home our family has built up. Room by room, yes, I have a strong premonition I will be buried in red soil under red flags, a compromise I know you yourself would never accept. It's been a joy watching you grow up and getting to know you. Your mother and I spoke of little else during your school days. I know she'd feel the same bittersweet pride I feel now, to see you following in your father's footsteps and making the same sacrifices he did. Farewell, my Marigold. We may yet meet again, your Uncle Herbert. I see. Do a hard puzzle, get 1 gem. To be fair, this will be open from now on, and that 1 gem will always be there. So we get a free gem forever. Secret passage. This will get me some food. I do kind of just want a thing to turn on the dark room, though. The clock tower. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted. Okay, key cards off. Gymnasium off. Dark room back on. And garage on, in case we get that. Alright. So I've turned the dark room back on. For the first time ever. The dark room is no longer dark. I am down to 10 steps. The maid staff. I see. My uncle. He's in the bathroom. It's one thing I've learned. If there's ever pictures of Uncle, why is he taking a picture of the bathroom? There must be something in the bathroom. Look at this photograph. Were the maids? No, they're not in the bathroom. $11.28. $11.28. Do you know what this means, chat? A good year. No, 8 gates. If you count small gates, 8 dates open 8 safes. This counts as a safe because it's a small gate outside, and this is a date. That is likely the thing to it. And fortunately, I had this. And a key card. Print notes. HS, I think that's our uncle, has requested yet another print of her ladyship. I assume for one of her rooms in the West Wing, as well as an enlarged point of the enclosed photograph. He said the last development was too dark to keep an eye on that. Is Crazy Box normal box for you? Okay, so if you were thinking about getting this game, I'm going to ruin one of the central puzzles for you. So you may want to step away for a moment. In an earlier thing, we found this without all of these letters filled in. And we found out that there's 2 pictures in every room. Those pictures are something like it'll be a picture of like a lake and a picture of like frosted flakes, right? A lake and a flake. 2 things that if you put together are one word different. If you take that, or one letter different, if you take that one letter and you put it into the grid, then eventually you will spell out this, which if I didn't get 2 of them, but we got enough. If we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. That's been the hint to like 2 of the safes I figured out specifically because they were dates. They're all 4-letter codes that are a month and a day. So seeing any kind of date in reference to any kind of safe, or in this case, if you count a small gate, then that opens that. There's the camera. I can't take that. The secretary, maybe? Oh, it's just her opening up the drawer, so you know. This looks like the same picture as before. Oh, it's brighter. I'm gonna, just real quick, in case I don't come back here, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Made photo. I have a feeling they might ask me something about this later. Could be nothing. It's the same photo over and over, but more or less blurry. Oh, yeah, and so here's an example. Because again, it depends on where in here. Every room almost has two paintings or two pictures somewhere in it. This one is these two. Crow and row boat. So, C. There's that again. That again. This is a new one. It's an X on his shirt, or am I just... And I can't pick up the pictures or the film. Well, green memos found in Hartley's room are always false. But is this a red memo or not? I could just type this. Why is it C? Because, yeah. It's always, it's two words that are one letter different. So what's the, like, crow without row? It's basically, think of the two words and this word minus that word. What is left? Crow minus row would be C. Okay, so what is this again? Green memos found in Hatley's room are always Hartley's. Hartley's? I just typed that in caps in my notes. Because I also, real quick, I found a note before. Okay, that's not... Yeah, I found one that was like, Kirk Darren is a pseudonym. I don't know who Kirk Darren is. Is it Hartley? Now that's a face. Okay. That's me. I'm a joke. Yeah, I don't know what Uncle's doing in the bathroom. We'll have to figure that out. But we got something else. Let's go north to Alaska. The garage or the rumpus room. Yeah, let's go into the rumpus room. The rumpus room has many dollars. And a banana. Salty banana. Don't you love that, chat? Just getting yourself a salty banana. Ah, and a key on the floor here. Thank you, metal detector. All right, chat. You want to see what the great Alzara has to say?
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. I hear the pattering steps of children running in the forest. The joyful echoes of laughter in the courtyard. I see an old man sitting in an even older chair. A seed that has served many generations, each with their own stories, each with their own secrets, each with their own endings, but all in the same chair. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Usually his stuff is a little more esoteric. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, they still got a mood about it, but he's like, let me look into your future. You will be old, and you will sit in a chair. How did he know? It's like 5 minutes later, sitting in a chair, like, shit, I'm older and sitting. How did that fucker know? Shit, man. He's getting less vague the more you talk to him. Card, car. What's the difference between them, chat? We'll give you a little puzzle. You can figure it out. Work on your English, perhaps. Everyone sits in the same chair. Oh, chess piece. Thank you. I forgot with everything else going on. Okay. Rumpus room. Okay. Rumpus room. Black bishop. One has wheels and one doesn't. It's obvious. No, remember, it's about the spelling of the words. There's a letter in between. That's the puzzle. Why are we looking at chess pieces? I don't know. Let me see if I can find... So in the same room that I found that big chart of everything, I also found this. A big chessboard with the queen in this particular spot. It has something to do with a puzzle or the house or rooms. I don't know. But just to be safe, I'm marking down because there's chess pieces in some, but not all the rooms. We got a key. The bathroom. Ooh, the drafting studio. Yeah, I'll spend 2 gems on that. We can permanently add a new room to the house, chat. Vestibule. Whenever you enter the vestibule, 3 of the doors in this room unlock, and the 4th becomes locked. Classroom. When drafting the classroom, you may draw floor plans, 1 each time for each classroom in your house. Yeah, we can learn a thing. Oh, is this the treasure map? This is where we needed to be. This looks like the spot. Time to start digging. Coffers of Mount Holly. 8 gems. That's so many gosh darn gems. Let's see. Great Hall Partition. I took a picture of this last time. Is it the same date every time? No. What does that mean then? I'll make a folder for it. We'll add 1 each. The smaller White House thing. Yeah, it's the Great Hall. Tuesday, December 8th. I don't know what day it is, though. Oh. Oops. Chess piece. It's not really a spoiler if you tell me. Yeah, go ahead. What is this called again? Drafting room? Drafting studio. Drafting studio. Black pawn. December 8th is today's date. Oh. Gotcha. So they're showing which ones go into... Yeah, because the way the Great Hall works is there's a door on the top, a door on the bottom, and 3 doors on either side. One of them leads to the side, one leads to a very small room, and one leads to a bigger room with a switch in it that opens up the antechamber. Yeah, we're gonna do the secret passage. We want to go into... I think a store. Hallway would give us... Hallway would give us more options, so maybe we could find something. The gold sink has the potential to get us into another room. Or to get us to food. Yeah, let's do another hallway. There's one more secret in the drafting room. Can you figure out this one, chat? Take a look at it. A very detailed paper model safe. You gotta be shitting me. Day 1. Can you open it? Probably. Bathtub is one word. It wouldn't be... usually they're only 4 or 5 letters at most. So it wouldn't be bathtub. It'd be another word for it. Well, it'd be November 7th, 1107. Could it be the number of apples on the ground? Day 1. Why does that say day 1? Oh, that's when we started. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1109. That ain't it. Day 1. Well, 1 second. If we were 30 days and it's December 8th, then I think this was like the first day that we started. Unless this is the thing for it and it's 1208. Nope. Another globe I can spin. Oh, yeah. They just love their puns, don't they? If we count small gates. I'm counting the apples because they're different, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1105. No, that ain't it. Maybe these aren't small gates? Was there not 8 gates? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's gates up there. I thought this was just part of the wall. So there's 3 below, 3 up top, and 2 behind. So 8. There we go. I would never in a million years have figured out that a small mod... You know, there's a lot of stuff that's like kind of super... I guess the house itself is supernatural because it resets every day. But I think this is the first time we've done something where it's just like clearly very fictional. Okay, red letter 5. Tiny. Uncle, in a few hours we are departing. As planned, we will be taking the old Mountain Way tunnels to the north. We'll go as far as we can by trolley until the rails give out. Then we'll proceed by foot until we reach the southern border. I've never been as excited, nervous, and heartbroken. I may never know if I've made the right decision, but I've made the ones I felt my father might have nodded in approval at. I'm leaving a message for Simon here in the safe house. This unhallowed cavern that we have called home for the last year. If something should happen to me, please guide him to this place. Try to show him what these lost days were all for. Explain to him, if you can, the intersection between foolishness and doctrine, the thin wire we stood upon above the world, holding hands and throwing stones. Holding hands and throwing stones. In those days we were guilty of everything. As always, Mary. Mom says, holding hands and throwing stones. Keep that in mind. Never forget it. Okay. 8. The door is locked. Ooh, a big foyer. I think we want to take the West Wing Hall, though. Though all the hallways, we got enough keys. Both of those are fun things to do. At a time. Okay, we got that and that. It's tub and tube. Yeah, that was the previous one. This one took me a while to recognize. If you don't know, it's a human spine. A good old spinal cord. And this is a tree. Perhaps specifically a pine tree? Ooh, ah. Spine and pine. Okay, you got it. Did we figure out what the aquarium did? Yeah, so we drained the water out of the aquarium, and without the water bubbling past it, if we looked at the empty room, or the empty, because all the aquarium rooms were set up like rooms of the house. So there was this one like this that looked like the laundry room with an X in front of the middle dryer. And so we went there and there was just like a bunch of keys and shit. So there was like a treasure there. There was one was the archives, and we found another red note in there, I believe. In one of those, but we had to find a key. And what's the other one? The one we haven't done yet. In the patio. If we get a patio, there's an X underneath the grill. It was the rainbow room, yeah. You get certain bonuses for drafting certain rooms, and the aquarium counts as every kind of room for some reason. Dining room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. I missed you getting outside of the house. It took me long enough. Yeah. We're gonna make a workshop. Does that mean dinner's served? No, we have to enter it first. A battery pack. Oh yeah. We thought the letters carved with the C were very important. And it turns out this is just like, instead of putting up the two pictures, or they have the two pictures, but it just tells you the answer. It's a crate and a rate increase. Okay, workshop. We found that the battery pack can be combined with the shovel and like one other thing, but we haven't found what that other thing is. Battery pack plus sledgehammer plus... Nope, still no idea. Salt shaker plus... Keycard? No. Keycard plus... Nothing? No. Magnifying glass plus metal detector. I forget real quick. We have a thing. It's house history, I think. No, that ain't. Room directory. No, I thought there was something that, like, where we could look at stuff we've done before. Different combinations we've made. Am I just misremembering? Electromagnet. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what this did, because we've made it before, but I forget. Dowsing rod. Oh yeah, we need a third one. We still haven't figured out what that is. Okay. Burning glass. Huh. I'm too curious to pass this up, chat. Can light candles and ignite fuses. that might be a big deal. Let's go back and eat dinner real quick. Because we are about to run out of steps. We building a laser gun, I guess. $21. +1 key for every bedroom in the house. So it would just be 1. But it's a dead end. Yeah, we need a key. We've got a lot of... Where have you seen unlit candles? In the tomb, I know. Okay, yeah, we've been in here before. There are 12 major keys. I found 5 of them. Shit. Oh. Mr. Rutoa, Mrs. Babbage has told me that you will be overseeing network maintenance over the next few weeks. I will be gone, and I apologize in advance for the extra workload. I believe I will be back in Reddington by the middle of February, but even that is not certainty. Either way, I do not anticipate there will be another major issue while I am gone. Difficulties we've been having last month, terminal connection seems to be resolved. If there's an emergency and you find yourself having to enter the central server site, I have set up with temporary admin key to allow you access to the administrator controls. Admin key is the first 4 letters of your last name, followed by first initial. The first and 5th character should be capitalized. If you have any questions, let me know. Well, that gives me a hint to the key. But what the hell is Mr. Rutoa's name? I don't remember. Admin key hint Mr. Ruota. Yeah, root something. First 4 letters of your last name, followed by first initial. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so it's root and then whatever his first initial is. Can you light the candles in here? I cannot. Something root? No, I thought it was the opposite. First 4 letters of your last name, followed by your first initial. So it's capital R-O-U-T and then another capital letter. Yeah, the boudoir is the only one that lets us have more access. The boudoir also gets us gem. Gem is excitement. I could brute force it. How many time rooms have I drafted? None, so I just start with 1 key tomorrow. You have exactly 2, I have 3. Yeah, the hallway gives us access to this room. get... Yeah, I think I'd rather just start with a key tomorrow. And if you're curious about the clock tower, it will be good to double check and make sure that, like, the time is the same. If it's different every day, then, like, that would change. Most of them are moving. Yeah, that one's moving. That one's moving. That's the one that stopped, and it still stopped at 1:30. Yeah, and we had this. Oh, hey, money. Oh. Ah. Hey, what is this? Clock tower, black rook. Yeah, the only thing I'm thinking so far would be, like, if we set up the chessboard and then put all the rooms where they're set up on a chessboard and then took the first letter of every room, maybe that would spell out something. This is the wrong way. Laboratory. Yeah, I think... Let me check my chalkboard. Oh yeah, we did get this one. We didn't get the one we're currently in, but it's a C. Laboratory. Sometimes the experiment is immediately do something. Immediately, set your dice to 2. Let's do it. Experiment successful. Yeah, we still need to get power piped in from a boiler room. View security. The pool. No, that wouldn't do anything yet. Luxury items for sale. Are they different luxury items from last time? Emerald bracelet. You do not pay gems for floor plans. While drafting, you may rotate the first 3 floor plans you draw. Look at this chronograph. While drafting, you may rewind time after drawing new floor plans. You're more likely to draw time rooms while drafting tomorrow. Silver spoon. Whenever you gain steps from eating, you gain twice as many. Did we figure out the password? We almost did today. Got part of it. We know 4 of the 5 letters. We could technically brute force the last one. Yep, we don't need that. The Great Hole! Fuck. We know where the thing for the Great Hall is now. We could maybe open up the right room, but then we wouldn't have the, whatchamacallit. We wouldn't have the steps to get there. Or the keys. First time catching your stream. Love your YouTube content. Well, thank you. Usually I play Yu-Gi-Oh, but we're taking a little step. Ooh. Gems and money are saved until the next day. Hell yeah. Get me into that freezer. Prism key. If you unlock a door with a prism key, you'll always draw floor plans of the same color. Thaw only an event of my death. The heat laser! Simon, I had wished for you to read this letter upon first arriving at Mount Holly, but I couldn't risk the contents of these pages falling into unsympathetic hands. How much have you completed of this game? It's such a cool game. I haven't beaten it yet. I haven't gotten to an ending. I'm still very far from it. My personal freezer should prove quite the safe box, as all of the staff have for many years respected my wishes that it remain shut and untampered. My favorite snacks are also stored here. But in addition to these delicious treats, it also has for the last 20 years stored many a cryptic message and ciphered note. This nondescript cooler is in fact a dubious frozen postbox of chilled secrets. Have you ever heard of the Children of Blackwater? I have no idea how forthcoming your father has been about the details surrounding your mother's final chapter, or the role he thinks I played in that end. I've always denied involvement, to him, to the detectives, to the Crown, and now to you as well. But can I honestly say I had nothing to do with her disappearance? And yes, I speak of disappearance, not death, for I too cling to the hope that our fears are unfounded, and have occasionally, from time to time, caught fragments of information that bolster this belief. Fragments of information that have cost me plenty, for our country is never short of opportunists and blackmailers. Still, as I am now dead, I don't want this knowledge to be buried with me, even if that means passing the burden of these fragments on to you, even if that information may weigh even heavier on your head than the Crown involved. Unfortunately, this information is a little too precious to be entrusted entirely to this freezer, as I'm not too confident that the sanctity of my snacks will extend beyond my life. I've always found it best to use multiple baskets when it comes to incriminating eggs, a lesson that I recently learned again when a member of my staff betrayed my confidence. I have placed 8 red envelopes in 8 even more secure locations throughout the estate and left a hidden message for you among the art that hangs in almost every room of this house. This message is the key to unlocking these secrets, but you must open in your interpretation, as the message itself harbors many double meanings and hidden entendres. One final word of guidance. The safe combinations you are seeking will not be found in writing on the estate, so I hope you haven't been wasting too much time jotting down random invoice numbers and dates. Only by deciphering the many meanings of the 44-character message can you hope to unlock its many mysteries. To each their own letters. Oh, and it's just a paper where you can fill it out. Thanks, Uncle. So, he's mostly just reiterating what I already kind of learned. There's just another way to get to that message. Also, do you get this one, chat? The two pictures? Oh, and there's a fucking chess piece frozen down there. Sand and. Exactly. Chess, okay. Freezer. White pawn. Where are your frozen snacks? That's what I really need. Oh. Oh, you're a devious one, aren't you? An upgrade disc! Fuck. How can I get back to a terminal? The network servers are finally out of cold storage, or at least as many as we could fit into the surrounding walls of the grotto off the East Drive. The last few days have been very busy, but I'm glad I was able to take a short break from gardening to help Randolph install the network. At least, after all, it was the least I could do since it was I who suggested the final location. We've decided that we are going to store the two unused servers here in Mount Holly's freezer. They should serve as readily accessible replacements. Revol. Admin key. So I guess there's two admin keys. Or I'm sorry, Revad. And while I'm here, because these dots look important, they don't seem like random dots, we're just going to take a picture and be like, left server, right server. Question everything. Yeah, unfortunately, I just don't have any. I don't have any steps left. Uncle, why couldn't you save me some snacks? You saved me gems and keys, and I don't need them. I just need snacks. There has to be food in this room or I'm dead. A sleepy mask. Yep, we're not going to be able to get that upgrade disc. I guess I should have came over here earlier. Well, 0 steps, chat. We call it a day. You must now return to your campsite and get some rest. West-facing manor. It was a great day. It's so weird where it's like every time, it's like, even when I accomplish a bunch of stuff, I end up getting to the end of the run and I'm like, but I didn't get everything I wanted. Of course we got to do one more day, because if nothing else, we found the code to the shed outside, finally, after 10 million years. Yeah, we got to go get the gate lock. Day 33. Okay. So first things first, I'm the greatest. Taking a lot of steps, though. We're going to have to use our money to get food. Hopefully draft a kitchen early on. Down here, up here. Yeah, they chopped the tree down so you couldn't figure it out. But we've got the art. We've got the art. Ba-dump. Ba-dump-bump-bump. We've got the art. Where is the art? Oh, did I just write it down in my notes? Where are my notes? There we go. Yeah, outside gate 1128. That's not a very tall fence, it's not. Got him. The apple orchard has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. Starting tomorrow, you will start each day with an extra 20 steps. Oh, hell yeah. Can I get some apples today? Because, like, I walked all the way here, and walking back is going to put me down, like, 10 steps. Apples? Apples? Ah, we have turned on torch number 2. Sundial to know what time it is. Gardener's logbook. When I first came on the estate in the capacity of a new groundskeeper, I was a little dismayed to find that my predecessor had kept no notes, no logbook, no record of any kind regarding the various gardens and green rooms of the house under his care. As a result of this improvidence, in the first few months of my post, I suffered a number of embarrassing professional blunders that I believe could have been avoided with even a few scraps of imparting wisdom from the previous groundsman. To that end, I will make an effort to make a record of my dealings on the estate in as much as it pertains to horticulture and general tomfoolery. Among my many commissioned duties, I have been tasked with the conservation and oversight of Mount Holly's alluring grounds. My domain stretches from gate to gate and encompasses the apple orchard, entrance drive, and east yard. Fortunately for my workload, the maintenance of the West Grounds has not been a priority since Lady Epson's death and the ensuring closure of the West Wing. Nevertheless, I take some pride in my work, so I still endeavor to brush the West past weekly, even if none but myself take notice. In addition to maintaining the grounds, there are 8 green rooms within the house that required some level of upkeep and light groundskeeping. The majority of those I discovered are only draftable on the perimeter of the house, along the east and west wings. The terrace, patio, veranda, morning room, greenhouse, and secret garden all fall within this category. Ah, so green rooms are mostly on the left and right most things. I didn't realize that. The soil survey. Of the first few tasks I undertook as a groundskeeper was to conduct a survey of the various plots of soil underneath, each slot on both the east and west wings of the house. And while I would have preferred a full survey of all 45 plots, it was clear that the inconvenience such an undertaking would produce was in no way worth the extra data, especially considering the rooms that would benefit from this survey only ever appear in the wings. To quantify soil quality, I measured the soil's capacity to support crop growth and maximize the promise of high yields. Ended up taking 2 weeks due to some difficulty reaching the higher ranks, but the project was well worth the effort. As suspected, the room position has a direct relationship to the amount of fruit spread in the gardens and the amount of flowers that can bloom in the greenhouse. This guy was also playing Blue Prince. Except for him, it was Green Gardener. I'm going to take a shot of this. Soil survey. So I'm guessing if we go on the rightmost side and we go up, we should be able to make a green room that actually spawns everything. Smudge pots. A few years ago, the Baron made a long overdue decision to switch from gas lighting to electrical power. The installation of the new system was a substantial undertaking, as almost every room in the house had to be equipped with new fixtures and wiring. Thankfully, those renovations did not extend beyond the mansion's interior, and also the lamps and equipment used outside of the house are still connected to power by gasoline, included but not limiting to the orchard's smudge pots. The smudge pots found along the apple trees are critical necessity thanks to the cold temperature and the high altitude of the estate. The gas-burning stack heaters prevent frost and should be kept on during the winter months to ensure a daily yield of apples. When the smudge pots are not in use, the orchard's gasoline should be turned off to conserve resources for the estate's other gas-powered machinery. After a few months of idleness, I have a new cause to champion, and I have submitted a request for a change of scenery. Specifically, I would like to replace the statue of Orinda, currently in the cloister, with a much more appropriate Angel Rhina. After all, as beautiful as the statue is, shouldn't the greenery of Mount Holly be governed by the paragon of gardening? Though amused, I do not think Anne took the request too seriously, although she did humor and listen to me rave and pontificate on the subject for the better part of our lunch yesterday, and she wonders why I avoid tending the cloister. Truth be told, I have forgotten how to access the inner garth and am too scared of chastisement to probe for the particulars for a third time. My best rendition, pretty good considering I've only seen Ryona's description in the chapel. Okay. Nothing else in here. Really wish we could get a few apples. Wish I could pick them off the tree, maybe. They look ripe and juicy, chat. Okay. It's a pity. We froze our money and our diamonds, and we got 2 extra keys to start with. And we're going to be down so many steps. Step detriment. I have to find a bedroom right away. Still going out here because there's a bunch of rooms we haven't been in yet. Birds. We haven't been to the shrine. Let's see if we can get a blessing. Avis Avidos. Make an offering may result in the bestow of a beneficial blessing that'll last several days. Big offering. I have a lot of money. The General. After you draft a red room, if you have at least 5 different ranks containing red rooms, get 5 gems. I want my money back. I can take it back. I probably get cursed if I do, though, don't I? Should I try it, chat? No. Sounds dangerous, yeah. I mean, they've proven magic is real because they just gave me a boon. But I can get 3 gems just from completing the Rumpus Room puzzle. Scammed. The Den. Yeah, what's this den? How close are we? It is 9:30 a.m. Observatory. Yeah, we can get some extra steps, and we have so many gems. You got the admin password, yeah. 26. Apple a day. This is a free key. Oh, and this is 5 gems. But nothing with steps. We got a security room. I mean, we do now. Okay. First of all, do the thing we always do. Log into network. Okay. The admin key was Ravad with a capital R and a capital D. Was I right? Oh wait, the East Drive. I've been busy. I could help Randolph install the network. So maybe that's his name? Randolph Ruta? So R-O-U-T-R. R-O-U-T-A. Incorrect password. R-O-U-T-B. Incorrect password. ROUTC. The terminal password is different from the admin key. Yeah, I guess so. 4 letters down. Yeah, I'm just realized this admin key, I assume that would be the login to the network. But do I continue doing it anyway? You can find the password using what's in the security room? You've got to be shitting me. Red memos are lies, blue memos are true. Payroll for all live-in will no longer be registered at the morning roll. 2 of the terminals can be found at security and in the laboratory. Terminal password blanked out. Keycard access. As a redundancy, normal doors will be more likely to be locked as you progress north. Pressing all the buttons. Unless, is it... No, I can't pick this up. No, but yeah, I can pick it up. Do I just need to, like, get the magnifying glass and look at that smudged thing? Is that all it is? Roots. If you screenshot and super zoom in. Zoom in, enhance. Is there a button to zoom in? No, I have to open Photoshop. No, even zooming in, I can't see it. A small hint. First week of December, payroll for all live-in will be managed. If your attendance no longer, it is doubly important you do not fail to clock in and out. So this one is another puzzle based on hints from somewhere else. Yeah, I finally thought I found it with the admin key, and they're like, no, the admin key is something else. Looking through my other notes, I have a note from a car, the clock tower note, how to get to the cloister. The grotto. Conservatory, only draftable in a corner. Kirk Darren as a pseudonym. Does it ever end? Mathematics worksheets. Denoted in verse. Got pictures of a map. Pictures of a date. Yeah, I haven't the slightest clue. The safe house or the attic? I don't think I've ever been to the safe house. I've been to the attic. Nothing in the attic, though, that I can remember. The planetarium. Plus 2 steps. You get it for free. It's Ma. Chapel. Joe Gold Pawn. Yeah, I already noted that, or it's a white pawn. Yeah, that's one of the ones we already have. We already have the one in the chapel. Ooh, a gem. You ever find gems in church? They couldn't make it easy, could they? The wind-up key. We're going to play some wind-ups, chat. The gems are not in a box with a true statement. The statement on the blue box is as true as this statement. The gems are not in a box with a true statement. The gems are not in a box with a true statement. That's on both of them. Huh. Okay. So, if this is true, then this statement is also true. And because these are the same, then all three statements are true, and they can't be true. Unless this one is lying. The statement on the box is true, and this is a lie. And are not in a box. So this would be the only lie. Otherwise, if these are both lies, then the gems are in a box with a true statement. If these are both lies, then the statement on the blue box, this would have to be the truth, and this can't be the truth. So it's in the white box, right? If blue is true, then black is true, which means white is a lie. which means if the gems are in a box without a true statement, the only one that's not a true statement is the white box. Bada bingo. Candles in the chapel. We don't keep our items from run to run. It's a new day, so we don't have all the stuff before. Ugh. Guest bedroom would be good, but we really need... Yeah, we got 14 gems. We really need a hallway. I'm missing something. So, what was it? If both of the left and right box were both false, the middle box said this one is as true as that one. So that would mean that the middle box is also false, and all three can't be false. It has to be that the two left ones are true, and the middle one is just a lie. And since the true boxes don't have the gems, then the lying box contains them. Yeah, we'll commissary. The sledgehammer. Bum bum. Yeah, we'll take the metal detector. Whoa! Did I already go in here? I did. Fuck. Okay. We'll come back to that. Locksmith. Keys for sale. Yeah. Nothing. 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 And nothing. You thought that there was something? This room contained a nothing. Oh. Chamber of Mirrors. There's something in here. I can't reach it, but there's something in here. Okay, so I think if I can get around to the other side, I can find something cool. So that means we're going back. Yeah, we just go out here. A coin. And a key. Yep, we're doing this. It's always open, and it always contains a gem. A bedroom. Oh, let's redraw. Kitchen. We don't have very much money, but we do have some money. Shouldn't have given so much to that thing. Or we could just spare and go back to the entrance hall. Yeah. I think this is the best way to go. Is it 1:30? It's almost 1:30. Do we just chill out here? Another parlor. We've already been in the parlor. Gonna go around in circles. Boop. 17. 16. 17. Yeah, I think we're just gonna chill out. Chad, anything on your mind? Anything you'd like to talk about at the moment? Been watching any new shows lately? New music, perhaps? What was the clock again? It was, yeah, 1:30. Okay, so we gotta wait an hour, but in-game hours not as long. I think they said 7 minutes, so 10 minutes. We got 10 minutes to chat. I started listening to Sledgehammer again. I don't know why that's like stuck in my head. The only version I listened to it lately was the Slurm Core. I watched the It Show. It was pretty good. Huh. I didn't know that. I think I'd heard about that somewhere and just it kind of slipped in my brain and out. I liked the It book. Was really good. Did you see how strong Expedition 33 won at the awards? Yeah. I'm kind of like, well, I guess, you know, it was on my list. I guess I move it up a little bit. I don't know. Nothing about it looked especially good to me. But I don't know. I will be curious to see how many, like, if it was, like, legit good, or if it was just like, oh, I haven't read a book, so anytime a story has actual themes, it seems like it's really, really, compelling. Or how many people are just like, I like shiny graphic. It is a really good game. Yeah, because I've heard a lot of people say it's like really good, but I hadn't heard a lot about what makes it good. Not a lot about the characters or the story. The awards were kind of disappointing. The awards are always disappointing. They're just a big advertisement thing. All the stuff can catch one. Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like, am I a little disappointed that Silksong didn't win anything? Like, the tiniest bit. I would like for it to get some recognition. But at the same point, it's like, I can't honestly sit here and be like, Silksong is better than Expedition 33, because I haven't played it. I haven't played most of the games that were up for Game of the Year. And so as a result, it's like... And that's the thing, I feel like most people haven't. That's the one thing. Like, when it comes to the music awards or the movie awards, people could realistically have seen every movie or listened to every album. Because if, like, it's like an album, you know, if you're doing, like, the Grammys, and it's like, which album is album of the year out of these 6 albums? It's like, at most, you're talking 12 hours over the course of a year. Easy peasy. If you're talking movies, which of these 6 movies is, you know, movie of the year? If each movie is like a 3-hour long Lord of the Rings epic, 6 times 3, that'd be 12, 18. That'd be 18 hours. But I spent 80 hours just playing Silksong. That took me like a month. How many hours could you sink into Expedition 33? How many hours could you sink into Blueprints? Is this opening? No. Do 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 do. We're almost there. Yeah, and so it's like, I feel like unless you've played all the candidates, it's really hard to say, not really hard. You can't honestly say, like, this is the game, this should win Game of the Year. Because otherwise you're just doing, like, the sour grapes thing, where whatever game you did play is, like, your favorite game of the year. And he's like, yeah, well, of course it is. Of course I love Silksong. It was, like, I played that and Balatro and Blueprints and Save the Princess. Or Slay the Princess? I think it was called Slay the Princess. I played, like, 5 games last year. I just got my, like, Twitch Rewind, and it's like, I think if I got, like... They said I had, like, 12, but that counts all the Jackbox party packs that I played during the Patreon hangouts. Silksong deserves some praise, yeah. So we'll see. I'm interested to test it out and just be like... The thing is, though, because it won so many on the Game Awards, I feel like I'm going into it with a chip on my shoulder. In general, I'm going to have a chip on my shoulder because it's not the kind of game that usually interests me. I'm not a big, like, JRPG kind of guy. I'm more of, like, the Western RPG, like, build a character and go on your story, not, like, roleplay as this team of people. And I know the combat isn't entirely turn-based. But honestly, it's like, I think turn-based combat I would have more fun with than, like, turn-based combat, but you press buttons sometimes. Like, to time stuff. Get a controller for it? Gotcha. We're almost there, chat. Just look around. Maybe this opens for like one day. It's like semi-turn based, yeah. It's weird. I remember I played Hyperdimension Neptunia. And people were like, oh, it's a really like in-depth turn-based game. And I just could not grasp the mechanics. I could not get into it. It was really hard to take any of the mechanics seriously when the story was just like goofy, like waifu shit. But I really enjoyed, what's it called? Into the Breach. Into the Breach is like turn-based strategy grid game. So I like turn-based games. I mean, obviously I like Yu-Gi-Oh! That's turn-based. We're almost there. But I don't really like Final Fantasy style combat for the most part. I don't like a lot of the RPGs where it's just like, choose an attack. Fucking Neptunia, yeah. I forget who it was that convinced me to like, oh, you need to play this game, it's amazing. It's pretty much just Mario and Luigi QTEs, from what I understand, yeah. It's just turn-based combat, but you can do a QTE to dodge. Or to, like, get a crit. So you don't have to worry about defense as long as you can dodge. Or you can rank up your dodge ability, or your defense ability, and not have to worry about the dodge. We're almost there. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. But like I said, I just feel like I'm going into it. I'm going to be going into it from the perspective of, this is not my kind of game. I'm not interested in it. I'm only playing it because people kept recommending it. And then it got moved to the front because it won so many awards. So I'm going to be going in like, okay, best game ever. Best game of 2025. You better knock my socks off. Show me you won all those awards. Which is not a great attitude. To be fair, I remember when I watched Citizen Kane, which I've heard is like the greatest movie ever made. And I went into that with like the same like, okay, greatest movie ever made, black and white, 1940s ass movie about a rich guy, Rosebud. I already know the like plot twist or whatever. How can you really be that good? And then an hour and a half later, I was like, well, fuck, that might be the best movie ever made. It's definitely up there. I would absolutely sit down and watch Citizen Kane again. Citizen Kane is great from like start to finish. If you've never actually watched it, like black and white does not matter. So who knows? Maybe like as much as I like Silk Song and how much I've been anticipating it and waiting for it, maybe we'll get to there and I'll play Expedition 33 and be like, oh well, I see why everyone likes it. I guess I reevaluate my life then. Yeah, in general though, I find I'm always it's weird because I'm this weird combination of I will try almost anything like art-wise. I'm willing to give all sorts of things the benefit of a chance. And it's very rare that I find something that like I hate enough to not like see it through. But I am also like very critical of things. We're almost there, chat. And we've passed it. And we've passed it, and nothing happened. The clock was a lie. The clock didn't do anything. We waited all this time for nothing. I'm disappointed. Oof, did I miss something? Mari, do you know, is there something that, like, if I wait around, does it happen? And I just, like, didn't do it right? Or are you not actually sure either? We got a kitchen, but we don't have enough money. Oh, is it just the key? Yeah. Honestly, don't know. I never saw the clock tower when I played. They just don't want to give me a library that goes anywhere. Yeah, we got a hallway. Bedroom, closet. Yeah, we got enough gems to try this out. There is a door there! That's back on that side. I really need to get a bedroom or something. Dining room. The problem is I can't go up and then get back in time. Have any items? Just a metal detector. While drafting, you may redraw up to 8 times. Yeah, we'll get the study. You were right about waiting for the time, but in the wrong room. Yeah, I guess there are clocks in many different rooms. Okay, redraw. More gems. Yep, I need to get in there. Courtyard will do. Oh. Oh. Huh. The room wasn't mirrored, chat. I can't click on the buttons. Found duplicate copies of one of your floor plans. Would you like to permanently add a workshop to your drafting pool? Sure. Coins. I see. Do I want to add a parlor? No. No, I don't. I've had enough of the parlor. Interesting. So the mirror room, if you can get around, lets you add duplicates so that you can stumble into more than one. So many keys. I need food. Well, the patio. Oh, but I don't have a shovel. I think I need a shovel to dig underneath here. We know there's something under the grill. Yeah, I think we're cooked, chat, unless I can find a kitchen exactly. Can you get back to the dining room? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. You got the orchard as well, I did. Package will be delivered on the next day. Maybe that's just what I need to do. I'm gonna lose all these gems anyway. I need something with food in it. I haven't been in the classroom. Maybe that's the best room, is to just go in there. Yeah, at least we get a new room. Maybe there's an apple on the teacher's desk? 5 steps. Apples are tastier today. Fill in each one in its correct color. Okay. My favorite color is blue, because I'm the blue prince. We're going to save this as color worksheet. And now that this is the first time we've seen a flag that has this like hourglass symbol on it, which we've also seen on a couple other documents. Like this, that looks like the coat of arms, I think. So I'm pretty sure that's the blue flag, which is where our grandmother was the queen. Okay, can't open that. Can't open that. Desk doesn't open. Oh, other people have filled it in. 10 out of 12. Gotcha. So by checking, we know that the 2 things they got wrong, they got 3 things wrong. No, 2 things. So we know all this is right, so 2 of the 3 flags are wrong. Nine out of 12. Freddy. RJ. Arjan? So we know this is wrong. Okay, real quick. Freddy, he colored everything right. Except for the flags. He got 2 of the flags wrong. Right. Yeah. But this guy got the purple lizard wrong, and he made yellow prints. So 2 of these are wrong. Which means only 1 of the flags is wrong. So 1 of the 3 flags... And this one, 2 of the 3 flags. So are they the same? Yeah, the mountain is yellow in both. So that has to be the one they both got right. The mountain is the yellow flag. Each color is only used twice. Gotcha. 10 out of 12. So blue, blue, red, red, purple, purple, no, purple, orange. Okay, so one of the flags isn't red. Weird. They got 10 out of 12, so they're missing 2. The snake is wrong. And we know this is... Okay. This is wrong and this is wrong. So the flags are purple and orange, I'm guessing. Purple on the bottom, orange on the top. Yeah, so that's the one... Wait, no, that can't be right. Everyone's favorite color is red. So red, red, green, green, blue, blue. So the flags have to be orange, purple, and yellow. So, yeah, we already figured out the mountain is the yellow flag. So these must be... One second. I'm gonna do a little painting, chat. The top right is the orange. I feel like one of the other people did that orange though, and they got it marked wrong. How are we supposed to cheat off them when all these 7-year-olds are so stupid? Let's see. Save as JPEG, and we're going to do color worksheet filled right. I wonder if I can show this. Window capture. Nope, that ain't it. Oh, does the window have to be up like this? There we go. Haha! Okay. So, time to pretend we're in 4th grade, chat. Red is the color of the fire hydrant. Red is the color of the wagon. And each color can only be used twice. Blue is the color of the lake. And the blueprints. So that's those two. Green is the color of the broccoli and the lizard. Yellow is the color of the banana and the yellow flag. Peak stream content, yeah. Orange is the color of the pumpkin. And we don't know what else. And purple is the color of the grapes. So we know one of these flags is purple, and one of these flags is orange. It's just not clear which one's which. They got 10 out of 2. So they're missing, they got 2 wrong, right? They got the lizard and I guess the blue flag. So these are orange and purple. But that's the thing. Benny got those right. Orange and green. How many did Freddy get wrong? If this is orange, then they got the flag. Okay, yeah, that's the 3 they're missing. Okay, so this flag is orange. And the bottom one is purple. Red, red, red. You must really like red. Classic 3rd grader. I don't like coloring with the other colors. Okay. Caleb, you stupid. You can't actually say that, though. So yeah, this flag is orange. And that means this flag is purple. So if this is purple, why am I the blueprints? Yeah. Well, if you haven't noticed, the big flag up front is red. We know that, what was it? Our mom wrote a book called The Red Prince that the king thought was about them, and it got her in a lot of hot water. So we know the current king is red, and he overthrew the other 3 kings, because the kingdom used to be split into 3 parts, and each part went to, there was a king that unified everything, and then he had 3 kids, and he split the kingdom among his 3 parts. Or each kid got 1 part of the kingdom. And then there was a revolution, and the red flag guy took over, and he was basically like, we don't want to do anything with the other 2 kingdoms. So instead of being one big united kingdom that was in three providences, essentially, it was just the Red King, and then everything was different. The other 2 were no longer part. Colors. Yeah, and I like that. Classroom puzzle. Can you spot the difference? Another hint at the painting puzzle, yeah. The 2 pictures from this one, instead of putting them into actual, photos, they're just here. Also, do you get did you figure it out? This one's a tie, obviously. But that one's a clock. Those aren't different. But what does a clock tell you? Also, the number wall has an infinity up here. This means something. Let's see. Classroom numbers. Or a very sleepy 8. Letters. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Okay. They're the same. But they're different colors. They're different colors, chat. What could this mean? Could be nothing. I'm still saving it. But yeah, that might be why everyone's favorite color is red, though, because the government is like, red is very important. Sure. He's going too deep. Another one. The gems are in this box. This statement is of no help at all. The gems are in the blue box. Okay, so if this is true and the gems are in this box, then the black box is also true. But then this would also... No, wait, this is false, because this statement is a help. Because it does help you determine it. Is it that simple? What would be the opposite? This is false, which means... This is also false, which would mean this is true. Which means not... Okay, they're just in the blue box. The kitchen would get us more food, but what good would it do being stuck over there? We need to get to the right side in order to get greenhouses and stuff. The clock tower. Do we just permanently add another thing? Sure. A casino? Games of chance, you say? Whenever you draw the dovecote while drafting, you may rotate floor plans. Gamba. I do start with a lot of money now. A buy-in of 2 gems is required for admittance into this exclusive room. I think the dove room is probably more useful. We can get the gamble some other time. Oh, I can't even open it without the magnifying glass. Okay. We'll do one more tonight, chat. I think I got one more in me. This will be the first one we can start with the apples. The Architect's Manor. We start with 70 steps now. That'll help. 2 new rooms. What was the other new room we found? Oh, the class... Wait, no. The shrine. Oh, yeah. I forgot about the shrine. Yeah, so that means running outside at the beginning doesn't cost nearly as much. $70 or 70 steps. 70 steps, $9. 69. Nice. Special floor plans cost steps instead of gems. Tomb or tool shed? I think we do the tomb, chat. If we can find a way to the pool and drain the reservoir, then we got a whole bunch of exploration we can do. How's the printing? Did we make any huge discoveries? We opened up the apple orchard, so we start with 20 more steps each day. I'm also surprised there was a thing where we tried to make... Oh no, we did make that. We made the mirror room more common and we only showed up once. We found out that even though this room has all the clocks in it, the time doesn't matter. What I'm thinking is that we have to try to get the clock tower by that time. So instead of remembering to come back, we have to make our way all the way up. The clock tower only shows up in like ranks 8. The gems are in the black box. This box and the blue box are both false. This statement is of no help at all. This seems familiar, chat. What other room has clocks in it? The clock tower room. Lots of rooms have clocks in them. Okay, so if this is true, this box and the blue box are both false. Okay. So if this is, let's start with this. If this is true, both this box and the blue box are false. Then this must be true, that this statement is no help at all. In which case, we have no idea where the gems would be because everything's false. If the gems are in the black box is true, this box and the blue box are both false. Can this statement be true? No. There's only one hint that defines where the gems are. You only need to rely on that one hint. Yeah, the gems are in the black box. This statement must be false. I overthink these, I feel like. Courtyard? I like courtyard. Shovel! Anytime I get shovel, it's going to be a good day. Yeah, so that's the two options we could get. We really want to try to get the pool, but if we can also get the greenhouse, there is something else I need to do there, too. Nothing of interest was buried here. Observatory. Yeah, observatory can get us a whole bunch of stuff. A whole bunch of shit. Yeah, let's see what we got. Yeah, and the patio now with a shovel. That's the skull. We don't want that. But this... The sale! Everything is 50% off. Not the most useful. Corridor, yeah. We'll core our door. Pardon me. We do need keys. Will this lead to a library that actually opens into anything? No. No, of course not. Do we go back first? Yeah, I think we do. We've got the steps to do it. Yeah, we'll come back this way. A bookshop with the sail in the skies, yeah. Office, spread more money. That would be really good with everything on sale. Plus there's a gem in here. What was the tomb? Each time you draft a dead end, spread $5 in the tomb. Okay, so there's 5 there. Spread gold in the estate. Currently active. Okay, so all the doors in a room before moving on. Understandable. I like to go a little bit and then go, once I get too far, if I don't have enough keys or whatever, I like to go back and try to search for them. Yeah, I think we do this now because we're going back through the rooms eventually. We try the password here. It's the same at everywhere. We just don't know it. This bedroom, this counts as 2 bedrooms. If you have exactly 2 hallways, you double your keys. I think we take this. 4 keys. Yeah, I think we clicked on everything else in here. Gerbil. He's got his own bunk beds. Okay. Yeah, and this is just a dead end, so we'll just go into the closet. Ooh. Silver key. Unlocking a door with a silver key leads to a room with many doors. Life has many doors, Ed boy. Coins. Thank you. Should be coins spread throughout the room. Ooh, a coin purse. Pity I missed that the first time. So every time you get 3 coins, you get an extra coin. Huh. Is that what they spread out, or am I missing something? Plus an extra. Security, workshop. Yeah. I think we workshop. A magnifying glass. Nothing I can combine here. Yeah, we got a spare room if we want to continue. I really wanted to get the greenhouse, but I need to get it on like a room that we can actually open. We're gonna use the silver key. Yeah, that's what I like to see. Oh wait, the pool. We wanted to get the pool. Because if we can get the pump room, we'll be set. The cloister! 8 dirt piles in each room with a fireplace. Hell yeah. Unlock that. A turnip! Very hearty! Another turnip! You never know what will turn up when you're digging. And a coin. Ooh. The Great Hall, you say? That is a pretty great. So we know this. We're going to come back here. Spam click all over. It was somewhere. Oh, the dove coat. Yeah, that's what we would prefer. Yeah, we've never been in there before. Oh, hey. Diggables! Pebbles. Not even worth picking up. And a coin. 2 coins. Dear Mother, if you are reading this, that means Junie made it home safely. I imagine he's going to be quite tired after such a long flight, so make sure he gets some treats and rest. School is going well, though I do miss you terribly. Unfortunately, even though the dean gave me permission to keep my birds here on campus, I'm afraid it's getting a bit too cold for them as the semester marches on, so I've made the decision to send them all home before the winter months arrive. All that to say, expect some more letters soon. Dotingly, Mary. Oh, so it's Mom in the 70s. This should be the 5th letter you've received from me this month, though I know statistically it is unlikely that every single member of my flock has found their way home. And please, please don't tell me if they didn't arrive. It's going to be hard enough now that I am truly on my own. In other news, my classes have been engaging and I'm slowly making friends, so please ignore the dramatic despair of my previous letters. Things are indeed looking brighter, but I still maintain that 3 years is too long a time to be away from home. Herbert, thank you so much for your gift of the wedding doves, whom I of course recognized immediately. And yes, I got the hint. So here's your letter. I know it's long, long overdue. The Mayhew life suits me, I think. Not that I didn't love Mount Holly, of course, but after years of being confined in a tiny dormitory, the small place Daniel and I have picked out in Reddington feels more like a stately manor. Once we've finished unpacking and setting everything up, I'll insist on you making an exception to your reclusive lifestyle to come, share a meal, and admire our somewhat less impressive but much more personal view of the town. Thanks again for the card, Mary. Bachelor. Ah, I see. We are returning east and arrive on Tuesday. If coast is not clear, lower the SD to warn us. Of course, went off to college and got radicalized. Yeah, I don't know what, is that an LD? Anything else in these? Okay, a very simple rule. Many such cases. I really need keys for the Great Hall. Gotta make money to spend money. And in this case, the money is keys. The pump room! That's what we're looking for, baby! Alright. Oh, hey. I don't have a sledgehammer. Alright. So we need to empty the reservoir. Or we could empty the fountain. So the reservoir, that looks familiar. Okay, real quick. The reservoir is number 2. Number 2 goes to pump 2, which can go into either one. Okay, so first we need to drain this water back into the aquarium. Oh, we're gonna pump. Okay, actually. What we need to do, back over that way. Gotcha. You won't be able to fully empty the reservoir without boiler room power. Fuck. Do we have to fully empty it, though, I guess is the question. It looked like we just needed to lower it a little bit. Yep, there's 2 bars left. I'm wondering if maybe we should just take that then and... Do we go back and check it out? Oh, maybe we can find a, to save running there and back, do you want to know what the dock level should be? Oh yeah, I guess is it not the just emptied completely? That's just plainly cheating. I'd have to go back another day. You know what? We'll put it up to you, chat. /poll. Because if you don't know, the reason I'm doing this, the tomb leads down to the reservoir. The reservoir has a dock that leads across to another area if I can lower it low enough to get to the boat. I assumed I had to empty it to get to the boat. It seems it's not exact, but I wouldn't know how to measure it. So, can they tell me? That's the question. Can I learn the proper level? Yes. Save time. No. Do it the hard way. You got 2 minutes. Just find the boiler room, forehead. So many doors are locked. Ooh. But I can't leave the garage is the problem. Ooh, an orange. I've never seen that before. The commissary. Well, that would open the garage, but I don't... All these are dead ends. I can at least make use of this sail. Okay, it looks like... We got 5 people saying yes, save time. 2 people saying no, do it the hard way. Sledgehammer. Bam, bow. Yeah. All right. Seems most people say, yeah, it's fine. Rather than running all the way back there, would it be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? If we didn't need tomb plus boiler room, yeah. It's 10 there, plus like 2 or 3 to get down there. So it would be like 20 something. It'd be like half of my steps. I guess that's not too bad now that I have 20 extra steps. But at this point, I'm like, you know, I guess that would be the other thing. I don't feel like that's a skill. Plus, we're playing together as a team. Teamwork. So yeah, just go ahead. What level do I need to be at to get on boat? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Oh, so it literally just needs to be lowered by 1. Oh, whoops. This means I can work on draining the fountain while I'm here. Also, I just realized I can't, like... Wouldn't be much help for rowing across it, yeah. The big thing, I just wasn't sure, like, how empty was. Like, if this level was all the amount, or, like, the safe amount you could have or something. It's gonna be one of these kinds of puzzles, isn't it? I do also need to see what the fountain's like with nothing in it. Alright, chat. Looks like we're making 2 run-throughs anyway. So wait, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it'd be 10 to get out there, 10 to get back, 10 more, so we'd have 16 steps left. Yeah. Let's try it. Did I get any new items? I did. Coin purse. Nothing. Huh. Have we seen this before? Yeah, it's the burning glass. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, the shovel and metal detector combine. But only to make something that, whatchamacallit. It just gets you, like... Oh, pardon me. It combines so that you have a chance to dig up. You have a better chance of digging up gold and keys. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Stairway. A puddle. The key does not fit. We need a special key, chat. Well, we got $2 more. Take me higher on these streets, your desire. Yeah, it's the same symbol that's in the basement. Yeah. Running in the 90s. What you do, what you gotta see. And we're running in the 90s. The Vaporwave version. Guest room gets 10 more. Oops. It's fine, we'll just find another turnip. Nothing of interest here. Come on, green room. Laboratory. Candles in the church. Oh, yeah. And the key card. We never turned it off. Whenever you draft an archived floor plan, whenever you draft a shop room, for each bedroom after the second, gain 1 gem, 1 key, gain 1 star, gain 3 gold for every red room in your house. Yeah. Gain 1 die. Come on, turnip. Come on, turnip. Only 2 dig spots. Sad. The rumpus room, the wine cellar. Yep, okay. We've got nothing to do except the thing. Yeah, we have enough to get back to the tomb. Okay. Puzzle time. What's off by 1? The aquarium and the greenhouse. So... Okay, so first things first, we need to put some stuff in here. Then the greenhouse 4, which goes into pump 2. Can we light up the church with the candles? Oh, I'll see on the way out. Oh, it's Okay, I got them reversed. Oh, the box and the... Yeah, we can sledgehammer now. Dice, for what it's worth. Okay. Oh, wrong way. I can't reverse it. Fork. Okay. Okay, so now we need to drain the kitchen. Then we slurp the kitchen into the dream house. Oops. I had to switch it over first. Yeah, I wish they would just drain the water faster. Like, I don't know why they went for a realistic pump system. It's the wrong way. If I want pump into the green, okay, greenhouse again is pump 4. Yeah, so this should just pump water into greenhouse, right? Am I missing something? Oh, it should be this one. the heck? Now it's working. Am I getting confused as to where the greenhouse is? Greenhouse is... Oh, it's pump 1. Okay. Damn, I thought I had this figured out here for a second. Okay, yeah, I need to fill up the kitchen. Fill up the kitchen with 3. Wait, no. Oh no, it's the aquarium is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, empty the reservoir. Use it to fill up the green. Oh. I figured it out. Don't ask me how I did it, but I did it. Easy clap. Piggy bank? The Keeper of Tithes. The chapel's resident guardian, tasked with the sacred duty of keeping the accumulated money from the offering. I could break the keeper and take all the money. Not yet. Good to know. So all my money is being accumulated there. Yeah, if I find the bookshop and get this thing, then I can break it open and maybe have enough money. Oh, I'm gonna end up... If I'm like one step less because I fucking spent time going back to find the piggy bank. Oh, Captain, my Captain. God damn it. Ah! I didn't think it would take this many. if we drain it completely, you can see there's stairs down there. I don't know if I'm controlling it or not. No. I see. Have a good one, Kiragaboon. Surprise, it's a puzzle. I mean, at least in this case, there's only 2 ways I can go. Food, please. Oh, well, fine and dandy. I spent all that time putting together a partial thing of the map, and they just have a goddamn picture of a map right here. The Mechanarium has 1 door for each mechanical room in your house. Cool. Oh. The table you are on is open button. I don't know if you could do anything with it. What do you mean? You mean down below the, like, gears? No. I can only turn the gear. Okay. The question is, does this reset from day to day? Because if it doesn't, then maybe the solution is raise this up and then call it a day, and then next time I find the tomb, I can go from that hallway to that hallway. Because I've raised it up. Reasonably, I have no other options. I mean, I only got 1 step late anyway. Might as well call it a day. And we're probably going to call it a day. Well, okay. So, if if the reservoir will remain from day to day. So I figure we'll start a new one. We'll go and see if there's a tomb. If there is, we'll go down and see if the thing is there. If it is, then we'll continue what we were doing. And if not, then we're gonna come back next time. Day 35. I am Javert. "24-hour stream." Yeah, that is also... Now I recognize you've got the option to, like, throw a coin in here. So if I want to, once I found that I could, like, at the end of the day, before I'm done, throw a bunch of coins in there and basically use that as a piggy bank for when I inevitably want to come back and go down there. There'll just be a bunch of gold waiting for me. Yep, nothing. Not today. You must select one to draft. Yeah, I guess I haven't been in the root cellar before. Potatoes, 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 potatoes. This spud's for you. Can I eat potato? I'm Irish. I would like to eat potato. Mary Ebsen, Simon Sinclair, Clara Ebsen, Herbert Sinclair. Oh, so that's not his mom. That's not my mom. It's his mom. Lionel Ebsen. I mean, this is probably important, right? Oh wait, no. For some reason I was like, yeah, the tree goes in reverse. No, I'm stupid. I'm an idiot. Family tree. I didn't know you were Irish. Yeah, I'm Irish and German. Okay, so yeah, that's our mom, and that's our mom's mom. He's my great uncle, my grand uncle, my grunkle, some might say. Those people are weirdos. Oh, call it a day? No. I'm just going to hit the exit button. I'm Irish and Australian. Ah, I see. Interesting. All right, that's it for today. Thank you all for coming. I hope you had a good time. I'm going to go ahead and get going. We went a bit longer than I expected, you know, quite a bit.